No, I don't know. Definitely gonna get copyright. uh, go close the wrong tab, of course. And then to YouTube, manager, can't believe it. 25 followers. Mm-hmm. Assassin's Creed Shadows before you buy. This is what people have been hating on. But like, I don't know. What is that even? There's a couple clips we need to see before we start the game. We're definitely gonna get copyright for that. First one is
If
this.
you already have or want an X3D CPU for your gaming PC, Gigabyte just dropped an absolute bomb of an announcement. Everyone's going to be talking about this. It's not launched yet, but apparently Gigabyte is launching an X3D Turbo mode on their motherboards. It'll be on the new X870 and X870E models, but also the 600 series boards with the new BIOS update. Gigabyte isn't revealing the information about what happens behind.
Guess he never did get you to sign them.
Oh shit.
The scenes, but they're claiming that the boost button can increase performance of gaming between 20 to 35%. Now, those numbers are pretty high, obviously, and usually when a company promotes those kind of numbers, it doesn't actually deliver. But either way, whenever this releases, every PC benchmarker is going to be testing this, so we're going to find out soon. As of right now, I don't think they've announced whenever the update is available yet, but oh my god, these new 9000 X3D CPUs are going to be so hard to find. Whenever they do launch, I'm gonna have to like camp out at Micro Center just so I could get one for my daily driver PC. If you
Hey, we're back with another episode of Before You Buy, that show where we give you some straight
Hold
up
up.
gameplay and our first
Should've
impressions
freaking
of the latest
told the
games
YouTube.
releasing. As usual, it's me, Jake, and today we're talking about Assassin's Creed
Or-
Shadows. After years of waiting for the setting that everyone has been asking for and multiple delays, it's finally here. As a
nobody
resident
came in yet,
Assassin's
thank
Creed
God.
fan at GameRanks, I was able to put aside my nostalgia for the old style games and just jump into this head first. And I wasn't sure what to expect.
Of course you get that. What the hell was this about though? Oh,
We're dead in the air up here. Our communications, location of the cube, banner, door. I got nothing for you. Lost my one good eye. Maybe I had that coming. Yes. We were going to build an arsenal with the Tesseract. I never put all my chips on that number, though, because I was playing something even riskier. There was an idea. Stark knows this. Called the Avengers Initiative.
I feel like I heard this
The
before.
idea was to bring together a group of remarkable people. See if they could become something more. See if they could work together when we needed them to fight the battles that we never could. Phil Coulson died still believing in that idea.
So this is taken from the first Avengers movie? Why is it like posted now? Are they reselling? Blu-rays or something? Alright, not for this. This is
Well,
more
here's the
interesting.
verdict up front for you guys. And I'm sorry, it's just not that extreme, but it's the truth, or at least my truth here. It's that Assassin's Creed Shadows for me is just fine. For some people, fine is all right. For other people, fine just isn't quite good enough. Life might be too short to play a game that's just okay, I guess. And I fall in the latter camp. Now, have you ever played or watched something that you know is technically good, or it's an improvement upon a previous thing and doesn't do anything really egregiously wrong, but it still doesn't click with you? Something you might mildly enjoy, but it's missing something where you may ultimately forget it over time? That's Assassin's Creed Shadows for me. Putting some of my personal whining aside for a second, the good news, it is an improvement upon Assassin's Creed Valhalla. From a technical standpoint, it's in way better shape performance-wise and glitch-wise. It has way better stealth, and the world is gorgeous and incredible. I really think the extra time in the development oven helped this one out. But unfortunately, repetitive quests and side activities, some weird design choices, and some real rough story sections unfortunately just drag it all down. When you don't care about the story and you start to feel like you've seen everything after the first 20 hours, you might end up just kind of feeling like you're just going through the motions, turning off your brain and just grinding through another big Assassin's Creed game until you stop and ask yourself, what for? Still, it's an interesting game to talk about overall, and all this just comes down to your preferences. I know some people that put 200 hours into Valhalla and they loved every minute of it, so I might not be talking to that type of person, but either way, let's just dive in more. And just so you know, I've been playing a review copy, and this footage is spoiler-free and is captured running on a PS5 Pro. Now, first things first, it's an Assassin's Creed game featuring 2 full main playable characters. Not just swapping between guy and girl, they have real, substantial, and distinct playstyles. This isn't like a Jacob and Evie Fry thing. This is like deliberate, and they really committed to 2 completely different feeling characters and playstyles. So there's Nawe, the shinobi stealth character, and Yasuke, the big, strong samurai. 2 complete polar opposite playstyles. Now, the game starts with Nawe. You learn the ropes of the world with her, and surprisingly, the game commits to not bringing Yasuke fully into the playable fold until quite a few hours into the game, depending on how much you explore and mess with side quests first. So by the time you do finally get to play as Yasuke and switch to him whenever you want, he just feels worlds different. Now, Nawe is fast, really fast. She runs around, she crouches, she slides, she grappling hooks, she assassinates, she parkours. She is the Assassin's Creed experience. Yasuke is powerful as hell. He sprints much slower, but he's larger. He can bash through doors. He can take a bunch of hits, deal a ton of damage, but he can barely do any assassin type stuff. And he can't really climb very much. Sure, like I said, he can break through doors, but still, you're very limited in terms of just how you get around. This leads to him being a ton of fun to play as in a pinch when you just want to be strong and chop off a bunch of heads, but it makes him far less enticing to play mainly as you ride around and explore, because like when you can't climb much in an Assassin's Creed game, you really have a hard time getting anywhere or doing anything. So on the one hand, they committed to these characters feeling starkly different, which is cool. I commend them for that. But on the other hand, it just feels kind of forced and weird in certain moments. One of the main ways you progress your character with skill points is exploring temples and climbing around to earn points. And one of the characters can't really do too much of this. They give Yasuke his own version of it, but still, it just doesn't feel like enough. So while they made creative choices with this and they stuck to their guns, to me, it can't help but feel like trying to please everyone. You know, the sneaky assassins in Assassin's Creed fans and the newer fans who just love these massive big RPGs and loved killing dudes as a Viking or a Greek warrior previously. So for me, Yasuke was really fun in the select story missions and moments where you just needed to play as him. I actually really enjoyed him for that. The brutality, you know, his special abilities, his ranged abilities, and just really, really good gore and decapitations made it, well, nice in the moment. But Nawe, on the other hand, she's kind of more well-built for what these games still are. The running, the climbing, the jumping, the, climbing up towers and swan diving off, all that stuff. The stealth also, it's very, very good. It's still Assassin's Creed, right? So it's still pretty smooth and streamlined and simple, but it just works well here. You get the right amount of actually useful tools, no real filler or fluff with them. You get just the right amount of hiding places just to make it feel fresh enough for this series. Look, this series always gets flack for this, and this is still the case. Like, you'll still just sit and hide in a bush and then you whistle, and then a dumb guy walks over and you stab him in the face and you pull him into the bushes with you. But they introduce clever, creative ways to kind of keep you on your toes. Like some enemies just being able to see you coming a bit better, some challenging combat, and cool tricks like some interior areas having like shinobi-proof floors and traps that make noises and alert people you're trying to sneak up on. You can also hold the crouch button and go completely prone and just crawl around, kind of like The Last of Us style. It's only really
Wait, he held? Okay, that's pretty neat.
specific instances, but still, it's nice to have, and I think it's a good addition.
Couldn't assassinate them. Oh my god.
Social stealth, but I'm glad they didn't just toss some of it in here in a half-ass way like Valhalla did. It's honestly the best stealth in these newer games, I guess, since Assassin's Creed Origins. So I'm giving it a lot of credit for that. It has some issues, like when you go to some of the smaller interiors and the towers, the controls get really fiddly and the camera can get stuck and screw you up, but otherwise, it's all pretty good. It's no Splinter Cell Chaos Theory, but I think it saved the game for me personally. It's also way better with the difficulty turned up, just a heads up for some of you. Unfortunately, what you're actually doing can dry up after a while. A lot of encounter areas and bases just start to feel familiar, and you get into that rinse-repeat mode. It's a big world filled with things to do, but you only occasionally find real, genuine surprises. Something that delights you or just changes things up. They are here, they are deep in this world, you just gotta dig for them. The main stuff and the main side quests on the surface just aren't very enticing. This is because the objectives usually boil down to something extremely simple, like get this item or kill everyone here. And with a game so fluid and accessible and trying to please everyone here, it doesn't really ever want to put up too many walls or limiters to shake things up very much. A lot of the game is structured around groups, main groups and side groups of people that need to be killed. Each requires a mission or a handful of missions to actually find out where they are and meet up with them and take them out. This is great when, say, there's a select handful of evil bad guys at the top that you slowly get to know and figure out over the course of the game. We've seen it in other games, and we've definitely seen it in other Assassin's Creed games, but the way it's paced here and how both the side and main stuff is often structured like this, like everything, it just leads to you not really caring much about your target. You're not spending too much time, or when you are, it's just few and far between or scattered. It's just really, really muddled, and it's hard to stay interested. And I say that as a bad thing because, well, the game does double down on storytelling. Lengthy dialogue sequences and surprisingly long cutscenes show the game is really committed to it. Unfortunately, nearly all of it fell flat for me, mostly because of the voice acting. You encounter dozens and dozens of characters on your adventure, and only a small select few had voice acting that didn't get on my nerves. Corny dialogue writing mixed with awkward voice acting is just not enjoyable, especially when the game has lots to talk about. Now, I can shrug that off in a lot of other games or situations, but unfortunately, the two main leads here also fall into that camp. Just stiff, awkward, dare I say, rizless people that I found really hard to care about. And you're going to be spending a lot of time with them. Naoi's story is a bit generic, where Yasuke's at least actually
I mean, the outfit is pretty cool.
has some interesting flavor to it. The game has some really cool moments and a few good story sequences that are just peppered throughout and surrounded by a bunch of way more bland, way less excitingly directed stuff. All that stuff gets in the way of a few really cool moments that make the game really feel like a proper Assassin's Creed game. All of that good, solid stuff is buried in hours and hours of stuff that, frankly, I found boring. Long dialogue sequences about characters that don't matter that quickly the game moves on from. And again, stiff characters just really hurt the experience. I want a story to chase. I want a vibe or a feeling to play through. I want to see what's going to happen at the end of stories. That's why I play through them, but I didn't really get any of that here. What I did get, sort of, is this world. It is absolutely staggering and gorgeously detailed. Think Ghost of Tsushima, but with way, way more people living there. Higher population. Big cities, castle towns, fishing villages, woodsy hunter encampments, all peppered through a big and very...
You gotta play Ghost of Tsushima. But I think it's I saw the review right there. I was really curious. Kind of was hoping it turned to be something great. But if Jake says it's alright, then That's how it is. When we are developing the game, we have learned from a number of excellent works, including Ace Attorney series, Diamond and the Sound of a Gunshot. Oh my god. Alibi Breaker by Suricho Oyama. Lock Germ Collector by Suricho Oyama. Novels, okay. Danganronpa Girigiri by Takakuni Kitayama. The Villa Lilac Case by Ayukawa Tetsuya. Comic by the Kindaichi Case Files by Seimaru Amagi. Video When Isaac Newton Became a Detective by Miin Shiumi. We pay our highest tribute to these works and their creators. If you are interested in Murders of the Yangtze River, we would highly recommend you enjoy above mentioned works. Oh, I love this, dude. It's like a tiny message on the top. By the developers. I mean, well, I didn't play much games. It's so cute. Mystic Ship in the Mist. The Haunted Furnace. How far is this from that? 31, 33. I think I'm gonna go with... Yeah, they're in the same... There's just 2 minute difference. Just like, what, 4 in the morning? I just want to see if there's any small dialogues that we had at the beginning. Please come in. There she is. Miss Wynn, is there something you need? I came to apologize for hastily interpreting the suicide note. I almost led everyone astray. Please don't blame yourself. With your help, we couldn't have solved the case. Indeed, you took Poe into Lion and got him caught. That was truly brilliant. Preliminary reason was a real game changer. We can say we've become acquainted with this experience. If you ever need assistance in the future, feel free to ask. Right now, there's something I'd like to ask for your help with. Is that about adding science knowledge to your articles? Actually, I'd like to interview 2 detectives. Interview. Current detective-themed newspaper column. I hope to use this to promote logical reasoning. Let's make sure. And science. Awesome. Alas, most people I've met claiming to be detectives are almost always frauds. Jim's different. He's a genuine, reliable detective. Yes, we'll never lose a case ever again. I want to turn experiences into articles and let more people know. No pressure. Just tell me about the cases you've worked on. Speaking of cases, Shannon and I actually met through a case on the ship. This one's interesting. Please go ahead and tell the story. What's even going on here? Crime of false accusation. Wait, who's that? Was a prisoner figure of the Western affairs movement in the late Qing dynasty. He advocated Chinese traditional values for foundation. Western ideology for practical use. Foreign contact from moving source through a collision of friction. Does it stay like that? Projected blood stains are blessing parent daughter created when some form of energy has been transferred to a blood source through impact force, resulting in blood spatters that fall upon surrounding surface, and generally categorizing as impact spatters, splash pattern, blood stains, back patterns, and expirated blood? Alright. It was 2 years ago. And why don't you go ahead and tell the story? It wasn't a night 2 years ago. Yeah. It was my first time boarding the Shanhei. Shiny? Mystic Ship in the Mist. Dude, they got some great titles. To play cards well, you must speculate. Once you know the entire deck played from memory, this game is won. Which is which and who is who? Wu Yinchu. I think I won. First mate, 10 feet of blue. Wu Sanyang on the table. It's the delightful beauty. I know Yinchu was going to win again. Yinchu is on a roll. I got a stroke of bad luck. Better discard this hand for a better one. Yinchu's golden child of our family. It's only natural. She gets lucky everywhere. Damn. Luck isn't half bad, Yinchu. You gotta strike when the iron's hot. Otherwise, you'd still be stuck with that 9 of characters card. Not everyone can strike when the iron's hot. Those who are incompetent will only get burnt. Yangshin. Look at your sister and sister-in-law. What? Look at your sister and sister-in-law. One lucky and the other is correct. Better watch out or else our chips will be snatched away by these two women. There won't be any snatching, just taking what is rightfully ours. You can take my chips if you want, women. I don't mind. Look at that. Each one understands respect for seniority. No wonder father loved her the most when he was still alive. For giving your chips to Timon, why not give some to us too as well? All my chips are here. You there? You three can split it however you like. I'm only joking. There's no need to be so serious about it. None of these chips even matter. It's not even a full deck. We're just passing time. 8 character cards are missing. There's no point in playing when someone is a sore loser. Why don't we play something else? Teach us how to play poker, ain't you? I don't know anything about playing poker. Come on. Don't be modest. When I was getting up your luggage yesterday, I saw several decks of poker cards. You. What's wrong? You think you're too good for us geezers now that you're savvy? No, I don't. I know how to play draw poker. Come on. Just bring the cards to the table. Ah. Us should be playing Westerners games. Father never liked these in his lifetime. Father's an antique. You're so old it's like you haven't even been unearthed. Damn. How treacherous. Going against father's teachings before he's even buried. Yeah, sure, of course you're right. I don't think we should even be playing mahjong cards. I'm tired, I'm going back to my cabin. And sure, teach me how to play poker later. Simon can keep to his ways, but I'd like to learn. Oh wow. Oh my god, who is that? Joseph. Overhearing the guests at the next table while drinking tea is quite an interesting experience. That's Master Wu Timon, Madam Yin, and Miss Yinshu, first mate Wu's family members. I'm sorry if their loud conversation disrupted you two. Disturbed. What I meant was they each seemed like they were talking about the game when they weren't. It was all very tongue-in-cheek, beating around the bush in between the lines. You see, I've learned quite a few new idioms. Rain or shine, even if I learned every idiom. There's still nothing compared to the subtleties of Chinese. Did you just drink that? Well, where has our ship reached? The shipmaster said the Lone King Temple is just up ahead. Ooh. Yanshin, why didn't you tell me we're almost at the Lone King Temple? Asked Shipmaster Lo to set off firecrackers and bring the offerings prepared. Offerings? How could there be any offerings on this steamboat? Talking about chicken, fish, pork. I told you about this before we came on board. I have no idea what the Lone King is capable of back then. I almost told you there aren't any. Enough with your banal gibberish. Physics is all the rage now. There's no arguing with you. Hey, you over there. Did you hear what I just said? Go talk to the shipmaster. Okay. All you do is order people around when... Why don't you go yourself? I need to stay here and recite the Diamond Sutra to ensure the safety of the ship. Have you seen how Chew? No, he's not here. Can't find him anywhere. He must be hiding somewhere drinking again. Come give me a hand. Come on, Uncle Ling. Wait, what is this scheduled for? Privacy. Okay. Should be live. Master Boo, I'll go find Shipmaster Low once I'm done helping Uncle Ling. I'm not gonna read that. John, have you heard legends about the waters of the Loon King Temple? I wrote about it in the newspaper, which said there have been many strange shipwrecks incidents. Our neighbor seems to be someone who has first-hand experience. Did you learn more about it from me? I suddenly developed a keen interest in the matter. Of course. Seems like you caught the scent of another case. Seeing eye to eye. Great minds think alike. There's an obituary on the table. Famous Huizu tea merchant Wu Ai-shan passed away in Hanzhou at the age of 78. The waters of the Lu King Temple have had a bad reputation. Ever since countless ships capsized here, a series of bizarre tales have emerged. Rumor has it there is a water monster in the waters. The sun looks like a white loon. The water is an open umbrella with eyes all over. There are also people who have witnessed a glowing disc floating in the sky. Years ago, a strange case of a missing transport took place here as well. More information on what happened next, please follow this reporter's next story. This reporter introduces the mysterious legends of the waters of the Lone King Temple. Strange case of a missing transport once took place here. There's a Western clock hanging on the wall. Time displayed 9:30. It's getting late. What's that noise? Sounds like a bell ringer in the engine room. I kinda wanna go talk to him first. Oh, I wanna talk to her too. Incomplete set of measurement cards. The only character card left is 9 of characters. He's just reading his thing. Oh, there's something I would like to ask you. Oh, it's Mr. Shin, go on ahead. When you mentioned the incident at the Lone King Temple, like that, I wonder. So go ahead, and then that incident was too uncanny. Now the ship is filled with mourning. This much too grim. I just can't talk about it anymore. Oh, Mamitaba. Yeah, I can't read that. Maybe I could talk to her. Joseph Escariapel is the new prosecutor of the Shanghai International Settlement. So Joseph will assume office within this month. Miss Inchu. Sorry, I just remembered there's something I need to do. Bye. And go on the deck, huh? The sweet potato congee, emanating a pleasant smell stewing inside the pot. Mr. Shin, I'm preparing a midnight snack. You can come have it taste later. What have you prepared, Shin? A brochet? Rosemary roast chicken. Is that how you read it? Wealth pudding paired with red Bordeaux. That kind of looks. I wouldn't eat that. By the way, I heard you've been to the UK. I've also prepared a stargazy pie. Is that a thing? Perhaps it may trigger your nostalgia for those days and make you miss them like I do. You are too kind, Mr. Yanshin. However, I unintentionally overheard your brother asking about sacrificial offerings. Since there's chicken and fish for dinner, you don't need to worry about him. What's there to worry about? He can starve if he wants to. What is the reason behind your brother's unease towards these waters? This was where our family once lost everything when we were transporting a batch of silver. Timon was supposed to escort the goods with the ship, but luckily he was delayed. It is understandable that your brother still harbors concerns from narrowly escaping death. So sick of his bland and banal gibberish. Nowadays, physics is all the rage. Mr. Shin, haven't stayed abroad. I'm sure you understand how I feel. Can I go in there? It's the engine room. Early into the engine room is locked from the inside. Maybe I should talk to him like at the end. Seriously, I will not go up there just yet. Okay, then I just go talk to him. Should ask her family about this. Their family used to know something about the legends of the Lone King Temple. Eldest brother was practically keen on refraining from talking about it. What exactly was the incident back then? What was brought up in these conversations? Oh, apparently I can't really talk to anybody. Yeah. Alright, Joseph. Will changing your route affect your appointment? My honor to be able to accompany you and bring him Brian back to his hometown. As the saying goes, falling leaves settle on their roots. May his soul rest in peace. Yanshin, is the shipmaster sweet potato kanji pretty? I'll deliver it to him. What do we call it? Soup. It's ready, come and get it. You, did you go ask about what I instructed you to? What did the shipmaster say? Shipmaster said we don't have any firecrackers on board. But she didn't explain the stakes in hand properly. So let me just tell him that. Never mind, I'll deliver it myself. Talking too fast, Master Wu, I can't remember everything. How about I accompany you to where the shipmaster Lo is? Fine then, give me a second to tell our forceman before we talk to him. Holy gods and deities, Wutum begs spiritual divination. Show me my destiny. It's not looking good. The trigrams indicate we'll be trapped in water. Terrible fortune awaits, it's hopeless. This is bad. This is bad. This is bad. This is bad. Master Wu, just relax. Master Lo has taken this route many times with him at the helm. Nothing can go wrong. What's going on? It appears to be a power system failure. The Loon King is coming. Keep praying. Now, is there a circuit box in the dining hall? Yeah, behind the oil painting. Just it's too dark. It'll be hard to find. A few moments later, we got a candle. Mr. Shin, the circuit box is here. Appears a fuse has been blown. Oh no, this morning I heard Genshin say that he just replaced the last spare. Why not just try to connect the wires? Let me see. careful, Mr. Shin. We're gonna get link these fuses according to the positive and negative poles without crossing them. Then the circle box will be repaired. I'm sorry, what? Oh. I don't know what's going on. Have to connect all of them? Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I can't connect the positive to a negative or a negative to a negative. So that means I can't do that? So the point is to connect all of them? Okay, can I get a that thing resets. You can't cross that. What do they mean by connect them without crossing them? Oh, I can't do that. That one has to connect to that one. I see. Maybe I don't. I didn't know what I was doing. Thank you for your grace. Should you be thinking, Mr. Shin? Yes, of course. All is good. All is good. So you girl. Don't worry, everyone. Shane is the safest ship there is. Help. What is going on now? Somebody help? That sounded like Inchu. Let's go take a look. Oh, yes. Are you alright? Miss Inchu, I'm happy. In the room. And she's been... Murdered. I'm sorry, she's no longer breathing. Her blood has yet to coagulate. She has just passed away not too long ago. Oh, there has been a murder. Please guard the doors and do not let anyone else in. You've died so tragically. Who in the world could do such a thing? Do we have a list of suspects? We want the culprit. No side investigation must be conducted. John, can you cooperate with me? Certainly. Start with the body, huh? Wait, what are you doing? A post-mortem examination? Two of you are outsiders and men. How could I let you touch my sister-in-law's Simon, Mr. Joseph, is a prosecutor from Britain with great accomplishments in medicine. This examination will not harm her body, and instead help us understand the cause of death. And it's improper for men and women to touch so casually. Just let you do it. It is obvious that your sister-in-law has been murdered. Unless you want the culprit to remain at large, please remain silent and stay out of the way. John, let's begin. Alright. Candlestick. What? The murder weapon was a copper candlestick. Spikes completely penetrated the body. The dripping on the candlestick is covering the bleeding from the wound. Therefore, the column has not been tainted with blood. Damn. So blood didn't splatter. She got anything special in her hair? The face of the deceased is clean and the jade on her hairpin sparkling under the light. Hairpin appears to be a collector's item. You know what's what? Huh? Inju's hairpin can't be bought with money. Does this hairpin have a special origin? Silversmith who made it used to work in the palace. Craftsmanship is long lost now. Someone once owed us this. Woos a large... How did I read that before? Large sum of money, so Yinju and I went to collect the debt. Yinju immediately fell in love with his hairpin before I could even say anything. Contains a unique hairpin, so it's not a robbery murder. Body is so warm to the touch, and there are no signs of liver mortis, indicating that she has just passed away. Bloodstain. Several parallel bloodstains on the ground in the hand of the deceased. Bloodstains spread in an outward direction and do not seem to be left by the deceased. Yeah, that part is really interesting. There's some glass shards scattered around the feet of the deceased, one of which is a perfectly circular shape, even out of place among the other fragments. Where could this have fallen from? Interesting. There's a gash on the outer side of the deceased arm that was caused by a sharp object. This is a defense wound. According to the location of the wound, it is likely that the deceased instinctively blocked the murderer's assault with her left arm. The head of the deceased rests against the bed. Her foot tilts unnaturally to one side. As if the murderer took her life, placed her body down, and kicked her. Oh, her knee is like bent like this. Is that what they mean? Why did you kick her? They do so to vent anger. Murder wouldn't have only kicked her once if they struck her body out of frustration. Probably another reason for this. Interesting. Got the candlestick, got the hair. There's a candlestick in her chest. Blood spurts nearby, but blood is oozing out. When the yttrium is impaled, blood flows into the pericardium, resulting in a fatal blockage. The entire process happens extremely quickly. Deceased wouldn't even have time to scream. The murderer seems quite skillful to be able to kill someone in one blow with a candlestick. Dang. Pierce through the heart. The spikes of a candlestick. Prince ones are present. Kerosene lamp on the ground. There's an overturned kerosene lamp on the ground. Lampshade has already been broken. In full is written on the base of the lamp with a brush. Whose lamp is that then? Two books, Chinese Scientific Magazine, A Night and Morning, are in the upper bunk. That appears to belong to Miss Hinchu. There is a water pipe on the lower bunk. It's probably Madame Lin's bed. The corner of a book is broken out from under the pillow. It is an account book. It records in detail the various expenses of the Wu family. Oh, there's a suitcase. What? There's a closed suitcase placed horizontally by the bed. Cuff of Madame Yin's. Right sleeve is caught in the suitcase. We take a look at the suitcase. Yeah, there's nothing. I can't go any further than that. Gramophone. There's a wind-up gramophone, but is slightly damaged. Well, as applied on the spring, the sound produced should be improved. Yeah, how the fuck did they put music in there? He's actually spraying. You can hear him spraying. There's a woman's coat on the hanger. It appears to belong to Miss Madame Yin. Cabin is locked and cannot be opened. Magnets, coils, ammeters, and many others. Strange objects can be seen placed inside. They are most likely not the belongings of Madame Yin and Miss Yin. There's a small mirror as well as some bottles and jars on the table. Upgrade moisturizers and serums. These are all expensive Watson brand cosmetics. Alright, mister, I got some questions. How could this happen? You were alive and well just moments ago, but now you're gone. My condolences, Mr. Timmon. I have a few questions. I heard you fear if these waters is due to almost boarding a missing escort ship. Why is this being brought up again? Madame Yin was murdered when our ship was approaching the waters near the Loon King Temple. Does it seem like a coincidence to you, Timon? Should know, these waters are evil. Evil, I tell you. Whether it's what happened today or back then, it's because we've angered the Loon King. If you could, Mr. Timon. Please tell me about what happened in the past. Father entrusted the Yangtze River escort agency to transport the silver to buy a tea shop. I was supposed to accompany the escort, but I suddenly fell in. Thank goodness for that. Otherwise, I would have followed that ship into the stomach of the Loon King. Condolences. Has Madame Yin ever been on unfriendly terms with anyone? Minju had a knack of running the household. People were bound to be jealous. But I don't think anyone would harm Minju because of that. Is there anyone on the ship that raises your suspicions? They turned off all the lights like a snap and killed someone with a candlestick. Something under the water must have possessed somebody. Please bless us. How do you read that? Earlier I heard you speaking with your sisters about the splitting of inheritance. I mean the tea business, the land, and the house our father left behind. Could the death of Madame Yin be related to this? You don't think us Rus would kill Yinju just for some family property, do you? Us Rus aren't heartless profit seekers. Sir Joseph, I've got up the culprit. First mate Wu. That's the boy sleeping in the bunk above me. Safu, Half was the culprit. I saw him running out from Binju's room in a hurry. When I caught up to him, I noticed he had blood all over his hands. That's why I seized him and brought him here. Tell us, did you kill her or not? If you don't talk, that means you admitted. Throw him into the river as an offering to the Loon King. Shipmaster Lo will decide how to deal with him. Lianxing, you should go find a rope and tie this murderer up. Wait a moment. The Sangman is most likely not the murderer of Madame Yin. He's not the murderer. Better take responsibility for what you say, you foreigner. Just look at the face of this slippery fellow. It's obvious he's a crafty old devil. So Joseph Affer's hands are covered in blood. Why would you say that he's not the murderer? Affer's possibility of being the murderer is next to nothing. I believe you know why. I have not yet been able to see the entire truth. Don't be modest, you already have an answer in your heart. So I'll try my best. What are these again? With his pale face and bloodied hands, Afro does appear to be the murderer. But in fact, there is a crucial detail into the crime scene that contradicts this deduction. The fact that contradicts the conclusion that Afro is the murderer because of the blood on his hands. We're cooked. Yeah, one of his hands is tied. No. How could he have freaking... The glass shards from that thing. They're not even related, that's the thing. Could he have actually tripped in the bloodstains? That's the name written on it. I was gonna use how one of his hands is like tied. But he could obviously get his hand stuck after he commits the murder, right? What could it be? Okay, I'm thinking the shards could have something. Couldn't be the kerosene lamp. Couldn't be this case. How would the case be? Maybe the hairpin because he didn't steal it. Otherwise, he would have no reason to kill her. Bloodstains on the chest. The face of the deceased is clean and the jade on her hairpin is sparkling under light. Based on an inexplicable sense of intuition. You should try to solve this through deduction. Dig deep and leave it unturned and turned. How am I supposed to freaking figure this out? Ouch. It looks like he actually got to the scene after she was murdered. So I assume he actually was the one that freaking slipped on this blood. And probably he's the one that kicked her leg because it was dark. I cannot think of anything. Actually, what? I was gonna say the hairpin because, yeah, he would have stole it. This is some crazy shit. What would it be? Well, he is a crafty fellow by the looks of it. Not a freaking. I'll just use the candlestick. Nope. Candlestick penetrating the body. Isn't this candlestick the murder weapon? How does it prove that Alpha isn't the murderer? Pierce the spikes into the body. The murderer's hand must grip the candlestick to apply force. If Alpha was gripping the candlestick when he committed the murder, then why is Alpha's right palm stained with blood, yet the candlestick is clean? It was obvious the whole time. If he cleaned the blood stains. If Alpha cleaned the candlestick, he would have cleaned his hands. Could be that the candlestick moved on its own and killed her. The disease was killed by a long and thin weapon penetrating the heart. In these circumstances, blood doesn't spray, but it oozes instead and is absorbed by the clothing. Moreover, with the wax ball as a barrier, the murderer could keep blood off their hands. Far went out earlier. If it happened when Alpha was committing the crime, is it possible that he touched the blood on the Inju amidst panic? As proposed, a decent hypothesis. Did Alpha enter the crime scene before the power outage? I would like to hear ears. For once, I would like to see an actual detective do my job for me. The evidence that can specify the time is right in front of our eyes. It's a blood stain. Otherwise, how could his hand be stained with blood? If I understood correctly, Mr. Shen, you no longer assume Alpha was the murderer. My friend Ling Shen has pointed out your logical loophole. Well, I was indeed negligent. I shall reconsider. What? Indicating the time is crazy. Could be her foot too. Piece of evidence cannot prove the time, Alpha. You should ponder somewhere and give an answer as neat as a new pin. Really? He just... Okay, I should have been smarter than that. Ain't nothing I could use to... Evidence indicating the time Afu entered the crime scene. It's not the bloodstains. Or the hairpin. Why are they freaking asking so much hard questions? There's a lamp on the ground. On the glass shards. Yeah, it hit me that who could be short for his name. Why can't he speak, man? I can't refresh these. 100 more chances. Okay, he's giving. What caused the blood on Afu's hands? Bro, these are so hard. A hint, he says. It's not the blood stains on the ground. That's a Lambro can intentionally touch the blood on the deceased in the dark. Just hemming and hawing after dabbing the surface. The body is on the floor. For Afu to touch the body, he needed to squat down. When he couldn't see his surroundings clearly, what would you make him squat down? Okay, he fucking got me there. He's making me look like a fool. Considering the position of possible sources inside the cabin after a power outage, of his experience can be easily inferred. After entering the room, he accidentally tripped over the body on the ground, thus breaking the kerosene lamp and his glasses. Crouching down to look for his glasses, he touched the blood on the deceased clothes. The blood then triggered his phobia. So you're saying I've only discovered the body and the culprit is someone else? That's right. No, it wasn't a person, it was looking. Candlestick moved its own. Concern is misplaced. Unreasonable detail near the body indicates someone besides Afro entered the crime scene. Oh, we used everything else. Maybe you open the suitcase to investigate. No, you can't. You mustn't. Who knows what you can stashed away in that suitcase? It'll bring misfortune upon us as well. Don't mind this old foggy. Investigations are more important. Open it. Few clothes, a box of jewelry, a purse, and some cards in the suitcase. There's an indentation here. Something seems to have been taken. Could be pirates on the ship. The valuables inside the suitcase are still present. It was not the doing of pirates. When we investigated the room earlier, did you see anything of the same shape? The sea suggests that this may not have been the doings of the murderer. What's even more noteworthy? This mahjong card. Card found in Madame Yin's crime scene. It shows the 8 of characters. We were missing 8 mahjong cards earlier. What is the 8 of characters doing here? Just tell them, of course. The Inju. She can't even play mahjong without cheating. No way. The suitcase isn't Inju's, it looks like Inchu's. Clothes in the suitcase and the perfume on the table belong to Inchu. Really? Could you ask Miss Inchu to come inside for a moment? Mr. Joseph, I think Inchu is upset by what she saw. She doesn't look too good. Shall we let her get some rest first? Of course. Put this room, Inchu and I feel can rest in his room since he'll be worshipping the Lung. We haven't resolved the issues of sacrificial offerings. It's best to preserve the body at the lowest temperature so we can conduct the follow-up autopsy. The lowest temperature is the crew cabin. Okay. Great suggestion. The crew cabin. Our hour have dropped Madame Yun while going down the stairs. There's no need for that, Mrs. Shin. I only did what I should. Besides, Madame Yun barely weighs anything. It was effortless. Where are you off to investigate next, Mr. Shin? I'll lead the way. Appreciate it all. Crew cabin entrance. Our ship seems to be sailing with an endless darkness. Do you hear that? What is that sound? You mean the thumping and clanging up ahead, Mr. Shin? Yes. I know it's the sound of gongs and drums. Why would they be sounding gongs and drums in the middle of the night? It means our ship has reached the Lone King Temple. Today is the Lone Head Raising Day, February 2nd. The whole festive event at worship in the Lone King. That's the cockpit. Nothing like this has ever happened on my ship before. We checked everywhere. Are there any traces of pirates boarding the ship? There are no signs of pirates boarding the ship, and no one has lost their belongings. Mr. Joseph and Mr. Chen both believe that this is a murder case. Just in time, Mr. Chen is here. In order to ascertain Madame Yin's murder as soon as possible, I must investigate the cockpit. Master Lo, please forgive me for any offense. Lian Xin has filled me in with all the details. Feel free to investigate. If there's anything you need my help with, just let me know. A map is laid out on the desk, in which a compass, a sextant, and telescope are placed. Navigation log that records the course, speed, position, weather, and tidal currents. Birds arrived in Chunyang at 8:50. Command accelerate proceeded at full speed. Entered the waters of the Lone King Temple at 9:30. Command to decelerate slowly advanced. Power outage occurred at 10:10, and power was restored at 10:20. This information might be useful. I need to record it. Outage was only 10 minutes. Enough for anyone to commit a murder. I ask you a few questions. What would you like to know? Madam, you never had any grudges. It was quite obtrusive and a beloved sucker, so she's made her fair share of enemies. However, none of those people are on the ship. Of all the people on the ship, who do you think has the most motive to kill her? Ooh, dang. Ooh. They may seem friendly with one another, but they've had an ongoing strife for years. The main conflict between them has always been the family business. It's like an oldest brother died young. My Andrew had a son with him. She's got business talent. Even as the eldest son, Timon didn't stand a chance against her. Timon has always been looking for a way to deprive Andrew's family of inheritance rights. How would he be able to do so? There are a myriad of rules in big families. For instance, if a woman engages in public or immoral behavior, she loses her right of inheritance. As far as I know, Andrew does what she pleases in secret, but Timon never caught her. I didn't expect him to go so far. I'm a bit worried about the safety of my nephew. If Madame Yin's family loses inheritance rights, then your inheritance would increase. Me, Andrew, and I are above bickering with these two. Shen, what would you like to know? Why did you come to serve as the first mate of the Shane, Mr. Lianxing? Although the Wus are well known for being tea merchants, I'm more of a coffee person. I wonder where your aspirations lie. Shen, you have definitely ridden around the world in 80 days before? I want to be like Fog and travel. The world, see the sights, eat delicious food, and enjoy life. How would you like nothing else? There are a few questions I may ask. Don't hesitate. I heard the shipmate Hao Chu has gone missing. That's right. I haven't seen him since Inju's incident. Do you think he did? Although Hao Chu causes trouble when he's drunk, he's a coward. I doubt he'd kill anyone. Don't be so sure. This guy's a drunkard and a lecher. He offended Yin Ju not too long ago. Really, what happened? Tom Yinju had just boarded the ship and asked Hydra to help carry her things. Not only didn't he lend a helping hand, he ogled her the entire time and got told off. He refused to repent and kept insisting Yinju looked like the wife he never got to marry. Did they ever have any direct conflicts? Not really, I shooed him away. But the simper he had on his face back then, now that I think about it, was really suspicious. Don't hesitate. How long have you been on the Shawnee, shipmaster? Been related to the ship for most of my life. The ship used to be called the Anking, the first steamship was Chinese designed and built. It's even older than the famous Wangu, but not many people know that. When the ship was built, I was only 15 and worked at the Anking Order Institute. Warsha's Sushu. How am I supposed to read all these wicked, complicated names? His son, Chen Yin, built the ship piece by piece. All the pistons and screws of the ship were handmade by Su himself. Su Shen Yin and I hammered the boiler in the engine room together bit by bit. Later on, coincidentally, the ship was renamed the Shani, and I became the shipmaster. Shani is more important to me than anything, so please, Mr. Shen, find out the truth. I saw there was a cabin in Madame Yin's cabin filled with Afro's things. Afro used to stay at the cabin in the middle. I would have known Madame Yin found her cabin too small and insisted on a bigger one. He's a kind-hearted kid, so he voluntarily gave up the cabin to them. He seemed to know quite a lot about Afro. You can say I watched Afro grow up. He used to come and play when he was shorter than the rudder. Now he calls this place home. A lot of small installations in the shanties were made by him. So you mean that although Afro is staying in the guest room, he's actually a crew member? How could young Master Afro be a crew member? He has a deep connection with the ship. Forgive me, but I can't go into details. It's the first time I've heard you talk about this as well. If it weren't for Mr. Shen, I almost tied Afro up as a murderer. There's absolutely no way Afro could ever kill anyone. Don't hesitate to ask. There's nothing else. The style of this device is extremely unique. This is the engine telegraph. It's used to adjust the ship's speed. Alright. Which rooms are connected by the speaking tubes? Two adjacent to the rubber are connected to the dining hall. An engine room. There are three more next to the cabin doors that connect the three cabins. I have a basic understanding of the situation in the cockpit. Sorry for my interruption. Ooh. Ain't no way that a body dropped. Strike reef? Nonsense. Where'd you find a reef in a river? Something fell down? Do you see that? Make it look like a person. Take a look. Take the helm. I'll go with Shin. I have discovered the body of a crew member. He has been dead for quite some time. That's sold how? How could this happen? Come over and examine the body first. Another murder. There are signs of swelling, congestion, and cyanosis. His mouth reeks of alcohol, proven he drank a large amount before death. There's a large amount of vomit left in the sea's mouth. He may have choked to death. Left hand fingers are stiff with liver mortis on the arm. The deceased is holding half a broken bottle of liquor in his right hand. Muscles in the lower jaw, neck, and upper limbs all show signs of rigor mortis. Muscles in the fingers, toes, and lower limbs are more relaxed. Rigor mortis has yet to spread. It's limited to the upper limbs, indicating at a time of death of around 4 to 6 hours ago. Dang. Shen, there seems to be a piece of paper inside this pile of broken glass. Another Mahjong card. What? Partially soaked by wine, it shows that the next can still be vaguely identified. 9 of characters. Dang. Most of these pieces of papers. Large areas of liver mortis have emerged in the legs, being purplish red in color. Liver mortis is already formed and are diffused with pitching in prominent areas. Patches of liver mortis are starting to blend, which means he died more than 3 hours ago. There's an abrasion on the forehead and a noticeable lump on the cranial region. The wound caused by the fall is consistent with the position the deceased landed. However, it is quite strange that the lump is white instead of the usual reddish brown. Bruises caused by falling after death are pale in color. How the fuck did he die? Choked to death after inebriation. But homicide, according to the stiffness and avidity of this body, how Cho was killed? How Chu was killed 46 hours ago. Cause of death? Mechanical asphyxiation. Saying that he was strangled to death? There are many circumstances of mechanical asphyxia. Strangulation is only one of them. In the appearance of his corpse, it is more likely that his death was caused by choking. Archer was an alcoholic. It makes sense to me that he choked on his vomit after drinking. This had been an accident. Not necessarily. Not knowing what was in the wine, can't not rule out a possibility someone was involved. Oh, we also found this Mahjong card next to Hao Chu. Hard not to associate his death with the death of Madame Yin. It's too coincidental for Master Wu's Mahjong cards to appear at the murder scene. Could it be that there really was something between old Hao and Madame Yin? Well, don't make wild guesses about our passengers' affairs. I didn't mean to. Oh god. We need to complete the investigation of the whole ship as soon as possible. Does this ladder take to the top of the cockpit? That's right. Body fell from the roof of the ship. We should go up take a look. Empty wine jars scatter across the floor into distinctive bottles. Appears to be imported liquor. It's cola water. It's type of soda. It tastes really good, especially in the summer. After pulling it down the water, you just chug. Oh my god! You'll be happy as the day is long. You want to taste the happiness too? It's sponsored by Coca-Cola. No. Yellow and white sticky marks on the ground should be Hao Chu's vomit. It is indeed from quite a while ago, as it has already begun to dry. But how really drunk to his heart's content, but nothing else in here, huh? Hmm. There's two different types. The Sar Cavern. One back to suppress the demons. One back to remove ill fortune. Wait, don't blame me, don't blame me. Here's an ample portion of pork, along with some pig ear and snout. To pay our respects. Choose to accept it, please clear away the bad omens in this water. Are you praying for blessings? But there's blood in the water. Distribution for being ignorant and disrespectful to the Loon King. It's warning. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring more offering before terrible things happen. But where am I supposed to find offering? Panic L, a finalist porpoise has collided with the bow of the ship. It must have been the cause of the collision that made Howitcher's body fall from the roof. I see now. Different from the paddle wheels I often see while studying abroad. I must say that the shiner was designed and handmade by the two Lord Su. I don't know where to go. Oh, it's their room, but it's locked too. That's the dining hall. When the Loon King appears at midnight, may the golden light protect me. What is that? Second line seems to be taken from the Taoist golden light mantra. No doubt it's the handwriting of Master Wu. That is highly likely, however. I have never heard of the saying, the Loon King appears at midnight. Master Wu is a Buddhist, a Taoist, and a worshipper of the Loon King. Isn't he tired? I want to go to the dining hall entrance. But if anybody is there that ran from there to go kill her, 10 minutes is probably enough, but they need to come back too. Unless there is a shortcut that I need to find. I thought Mr. Shin used to come in and investigate. Hello, Mr. Shin. Hello. We're looking much better now. Still can't speak. Oh no, what if we never be able to speak again? I miss Afu's voice. There's a hand-drawn blueprint of what seems like a fish tank on the desk. There's also a strangely shaped ruler and several issues of the Chinese scientific magazine. There's a raw of test tubes, 2 bottles of reagent, and some apparatus against the wall. What is this device with the crooked neck? That's a microscope. It is able to make an enlarged image of a small object. It's really magical. You're trying to tell us this device is very delicate and needs to be treated with care. I understand, we will be careful. There's a piece of balled up paper under the bed. Mr. Wu, the 5,000 taels of silver you borrowed are more than 2 months overdue. If I can't pay it back before the end of the month, I can only come and claim it. Paper charms in all the corners of the top bunk and a portrait hanging at the end. Who's red? The loon in this painting looks so scary. Could it be the Loon King? Could it be on the ship this whole time, hiding in this painting? No fear, I'll try to pick out the 9 looms from the Song Dynasty. Not the loom cake. It's a victory cake, a snack from southern China. Just eating as usual. Are you feeling better now? Oh, sure, I guess. I can't believe that she was. Don't think back on it, or you'll feel bad again. There's still a few questions I need to ask you. To your knowledge, Miss Yinshu, has Madame Yin ever had any grudges with anyone? I've been studying abroad, so I have no idea. What's your relationship with you three? Lemon and Yinju have more frequent contact. Yanshin, like me, doesn't come home often. I've only heard Yanshin say that Yinju and Temin have some grudges. Grudges? What kind of grudges? It's nothing. Not involved in money-related issues. Why did you suddenly leave the dining hall? I didn't like the mood at the mahjong table. I couldn't catch my breath. I was afraid my asthma would relapse, so I went back to my room to take the medicine. Time was Madame Yin still inside the room? Yes, she was. Then did you see anyone suspicious? No. My chest felt stuffy, so after I took medicine, I went to the ship for some air. Dang, she truly has asthma? He probably just saw something. He can't say anything. You mean you saw someone suspicious? You said he's not human? Allow me to take a look. Please also soak the tweezer in hot water, then dry it with a clean cloth. Please open your mouth. There's a slight dislocation of the hyoid bone? Are we freaking doctors now? Maintain your current posture and slowly stick out with your tongues. Hold still. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I can speak now. How did you do that? That's amazing. Oh, you rescued me 2 times. How can I ever sink you? Earlier inside the cabin, I was too dizzy. I was so dizzy. I couldn't speak at all. Thank goodness you spoke up for me. Otherwise... what's making you laugh? That's nothing. How come I'm speaking with the lisp? You were unable to speak because you dislocated your hyoid bone from excessive fright. Although the hyoid bone has been repositioned, the muscles have not yet fully recovered. There is no need to worry too much. I had a similar experience when I was a child. Just rest. Do you need me to join investigations? I'll tell you everything I know. Take your time, you should rest well first. The same goes for your machines. Without further instructions, do not leave the cabin. I can't talk to him, of course. So my cabin shall I enter for investigations? Two books titled The Green King Code and The Spirit of Laws on the side table. These are books that I have been reading recently. You're strong, Mr. Shen. The red wine Joseph left on the table is missing. How could it be missing? I'm afraid someone just visited the room in secret. You dropped your money, Mr. Shen. This does not belong to me, however, it looks quite familiar. I may have seen it before. One true currency engraved there, so with string tied to it. What's inside this jar? Contains my brother's ashes. I made this trip so I could bring him back home. My condolences, Mr. Shin. It's fine. Those who have passed are resting in peace. Let us do something. How could something so cute appear in Miss Joseph's bed? The teddy bear belongs to Joseph's daughter. She asked Joseph to keep it by his side. This is our bed. I sleep on the upper bunk while Joseph takes the lower bunk. There's nothing out of place with the bedding on the bed and the suitcase under the bed. The room has been thoroughly investigated. No other umbrellas were discovered. The bottle of red wine is the only thing missing, right? Nothing else. Strange, who would steal Mr. Joseph's wine? Investigated all I could. We should go see Joseph is in need of our assistance. No problem. I don't want to see. I was down there. There's no need to go to the dining hall. It says you're gonna put me in the spot. Your family seems to know something about the legends of the Lone King Temple. The oldest brother has particularly keen on refraining from talking about it. What exactly was the incident back then? What brought about this thing? How she was the first to die, and on a character's mahjong card appeared next to him. Next was Madame Yang. She had the card of 8 of characters. Mahjong cards have appeared next to all of the victims. There seems to be a pattern. A bottle of red wine is missing from my cabin. Other than that, no other items are missing. Could it have been the work of the murderer? Why would he steal the red wine? Not jump to conclusions, we should check out the other places first. Something just seems peculiar about this. While investigating the suitcase, I had a strong sense of abnormality. Something seems peculiar about this. What could it be? There's a second victim discovered in the ship. However, based on the autopsy report, his time of death was earlier than Madame Yen. Placed beside the victims were 2 mahjong cards, 8 of 9, and characters, respectively. Appears to be doings of the same murderer. Yet besides the conflict she mentioned, there is barely any connection between the two. How Chiu was murdered. Why is the murderer killing him and Madame Yen one after the other? How Chiu died of an accident. How come there was a mahjong card next to his body? It just only gets more confusing, man. Perfect timing. I guess I get to see the crew cabin. Something here seems familiar. Don't scare me, Mrs. Shen. There's a change in the body. Someone tampered with it. How could Madame Yen's hair grow longer? It's the hairpin. Unless everything Master said is true. Supernaturals are not involved. What exactly is going on? Her hairpin. Someone has stolen Madame Yen's hairpin. That's why her hair came loose. Looks like it grew longer. Somebody steal her hairpin? Silversmith who made it used to work in the palace. The craftsman is long lost now. However, the hairpin is exquisitely crafted. It could also have been an act of greed. If the murderer stole it, it's a possibility. If the murderer stole it, there may be an important clue hidden on the hairpin. Turn on the lights. We need to thoroughly investigate the crew cabin. The person who stole the hairpin might have left traces within the room. It's a locked door. Start from the bottom. So does belong to you. Actually, Lianshan brought them on board. But I just absolutely love drinking cold water, so I made a deal with him. Every time I help Lianshan wash the vegetables or do the dishes, he gives me a bottle. There's something under the pillow. It's roughly made light yellow coat skirt embroidered embroidered with several ducks. This is what Uncle Ling has been secretly sewing for days. He wouldn't let us look at it. Old Ling seemed like a rugged man. I did not expect him to know embroidery. Who could this meticulously sewn women's coat skirt be made for? Remember Uncle Ling had a daughter, but she passed away a few years ago. I heard the shipmaster say her death anniversary was soon. Maybe it was an offering for her. Where the hell is Ling? There's nothing unusual about how his body had just moved him down here. Bedding on the lower bunk is wrinkled but tidy. There are newspaper clippings on the wall. This is Uncle Ling's bunk. He enjoys reading newspaper during his free time. Magic troop faces, crippling financial crisis. Shanghai trip becomes swan song trip. Good reputation. Out the door, commercial sea legends no more. Another strange case on the waters of the Lu King Temple. Escort ship gone missing. Let me record this. Joseph might be interested in the contents of the newspaper clippings. There's no mess in the bunk. The bed is made perfectly neat and in order. She used to be Shipmaster Lowe's bunk. He gave it to me after I came aboard. And how does Shipmaster usually rest? Stays in the wheelhouse. Several scattered pages behind the ladder. They appear to be wrinkled. Drinking at night below deck I stayed. Waking at dawn, my work is delayed. That's the state that has come to pass. Why not just go for another glass? Empty stomach save last night's wine. It gives me sad, so I cry when I whine. I'll spend all of my money on booze. Tomorrow morning, I'll still hit snooze. This poem written by Hao Chu. Old Hao likes to write stuff like that when he's bored. Our bunk is tidy and the upper bunk belongs to first mate Wu. There is a map of the world drawn over the circles and dots hanging on the wall. On the map are some posters and postcards depicting scenic spots from various regions. New books including Around the World in 80 Days and the Travels of Marco Polo. Two empty wine jars and garbage in the bed. Pillow and bedding also a mess. Without a doubt the bunk belongs to Hao Chu. That is indeed Old Hao's bunk. Do you know the reason for this alcoholism? Old Hao liked to repeat just one nursery rhyme. The bride smiled brightly on her wedding day. Lone King came and swept her away. Cruel fate. This may have been something he personally experienced. I wonder Old Hao always said this nursery rhyme was set up for him. Notebook with the pen. I put the bed. Baozi Liang is written on the title page with an illustration of a ship with wings. Notebook is filled with tins and scribbled handwriting. 1957. He onboarded a flapping winged airship named the Thunderous Dawn. Search of clues. I didn't know the engineer was writing a novel. There are two pieces of paper inside. First piece of paper reads global travel plan. Marks the right on a scribbled map. Second piece of paper roughly calculated the expenses of traveling across the globe. What does a global travel mean? Why does it cost so much? Just borrow and read Mr. Liang's book Around the World in 80 Days and you'll know. Do you discover any clues related to the person who stole the hairpin? No, there are no signs of any outsiders entering the crew cabin. All we have found are primarily traces of the crew's lives. Could it be that? It's ringing. I heard it earlier in the dining hall as well. Sign of the engine telegraph. The master wants to adjust the ship's speed. It'll stop ringing once Uncle Liang handles it. Oh, what? Please, please save Uncle Ling. He's lost so much blood. I'm sorry, but he has breathed his last. How could this be? A third Mahjong card has appeared near Old Ling's body. Card found close to Old Ling's body shows a 7 of characters. This is already the third homicide that has occurred on the ship. Who could it be? Why are they committing serial murder? How Chu was the first to die, and 9 of characters Mahjong card appeared next to him. Next was Madame Yin. She had the card 8 of characters. The third was Old Ling. His card was 7 of characters. Mahjong cards seem to be counting down. Playing sound is really noisy, making it impossible to think. Do you know how to turn off that noise? Yes, I do. Need to adjust the engine telegraph next to the steam cylinder. Should be the engine telegraph. The device seems quite complicated. The yellow indicator is pointing towards the speed. Shipmaster wants dead slow. Point indicates dead slow ahead. Push the hand of the engine telegraph to the same position, then pull the top lever. Once that's done, the speed of the ship will be adjusted and the bell will stop ringing. Yeah, I'm lost. I need to carefully investigate the scene. How come you're the one adjusting the engine telegraph? Where's Old Ling? Shipmaster, he's dead. No one responded to the engine telegraph, so Mr. Joe suggested me to come take a look. Alas. How's the situation on site? I have also just arrived at the scene. And let's investigate together, shall we? Bro, this is crazy. Let me make sure there's nothing else. Red circle valve is installed in piping connected to the boiler. Seems like it just cylinders there for flow and the steam turbine's rotation rate. The meters on both sides. The valve, the pointers are vibrating slightly. Position of the valve is a fully open state. Pointer also indicates maximum value. I don't know what this says. I have a strange feeling about the steam valve. It seems to be peculiar. Interesting. Only you could operate such a complex steam turbine properly. I do not deserve this praise, Shipmaster. Like there's nothing else at the end there. There are still a few questions I would like to ask you. How did you and Old Ling get to know each other? Old Ling used to frequent the ship, but then he fell on hard times and stayed on board for work. Fell on hard times. I heard Lian Shin say the Old Ling used to be a guard to his family. When his daughter caught a strange disease, he left the woods in search for a cure. After spending all his money, he still lost a child. Plus the trials and tribulations of being parents. Ever been in friendly terms with anyone? He's a martial artist. He must have made a few enemies back in the day when he traveled the land. Can't think of anyone in the ship who would want to kill. What is his relationship like with the other crew members on board? Old Ling's quite closed off. Doesn't talk much to anyone else except for Elle. Hired Elle to work in the engine room, but Old Ling wouldn't let her touch the steam engine. He only gave her simple jobs like working the engine, telegraph, protecting her like his own. Don't hesitate. You said the Old Ling and Elle were like father and daughter. Elle has been a child suffering from cruel fate. Parents are both dead, and she was almost maimed for theft before Old Ling saved her. Old Ling believed she was a good kid after finding out she stole to pay back her parents' debt. He helped her pay off part of the debt and brought her on board to work on the ship. I'll also treasure their relationship and treat an old Linga well. Don't hesitate to ask. So they use cog reels powered by the steam engine, creating rapidly. Damn. Another bogie where is a transmission shaft connected to the paddle wheel outside. Very interesting. We're already at 1 AM, bro. Been through a movie. Radical left. Near the speaking tube. With the lids and speaking tube is closed. I just discovered Metamine's hairpin was stolen. It now has appeared here. Murderer must have had a special reason to use his hairpin as a murder weapon. Compared to Metamine and how Chu's old Link's facial expression is relatively peaceful. The corners of his mouth are even slightly raised. What's the matter? Or rather, his expression before he died, the corners of his mouth were also raised. Could it be that that's just your imagination, John? Death, the facial muscles of the deceased are flaccid, meaning they are expressionless. When a sharp blade pierces the heart and causes a rupture, the victim dies instantly. The common expression is just a result of a muscular flaccidity after death. This case has nothing to do with Brian's case. There's still homicides taking place. What you need to do now is put your nose to the grindstone and your shoulders to the wheel. Yeah, you're right. The murder weapon pierced him through the heart, dealing him a fatal blow. Position and angle of the stabbing are consistent with Madamina's case. It's obviously the same murderer. The weapon has changed from a candlestick to a hairpin. Jesus has rough hands. There are thick calluses on the joints of the back of his hands. Can be seen that he was once a martial artist practitioner. No defense wounds were found in the body of the deceased. In the surface features, there are no traces of drug influence. Strange, anyone would have dodged or fought back, not to mention he knew martial arts. Joints of his body are still flexible. Rigor mortis has yet to set in. There are signs of livor mortis on the legs, which fade in color when pressure is applied. The body already showing signs of livor mortis. Considering the high temperature in this room, the composition process must have quickened. Taken together, all Link's time of death is close to Metamine's. That's correct. The murderer killed 2 people in a short period of time without leaving excess traces. We've encountered quite the cunning opponent in this time. Dude, I'm confused. I mean, the list of suspects is now narrowed down, but not really. Let me go take a leak, and I'll be right back. Wait, what? You see the wheel stop? Yeah, just stop at the same place every time? No. Like it lags. A few questions. One was reserved. They had no inhibitions at all. Inhibitions. Although they worked together, they rarely talked to one another. When do you think would want to end their lives? I don't know, old how. But I'm sure that family had something to do with Uncle Ling. The Woos? Still remember the newspaper clipping of Uncle Ling's will, right? Seemed to be really concerned with how the Woos were doing lately. This is really troubling. Please check your pockets. I just found this in mine. I have two characters, Mahjong card and me. You've already noticed the relation between the Mahjong cards and the order of death. Cards symbolize provocations from the murderer. Every person who received the card has now become their prey. What should we do now? Let's not sit idly by for death to dawn upon us. Please gather everyone at the dining hall immediately. We're dead. We're cooked. We're gathered in the dining hall, where Shin recounted what he just happened. John has already introduced the situation of the three homicide cases. 9, 8, and 7 characters appeared next to the 3 victims respectively. Earlier, John and I found Mahjong cards 2 and 3 of characters in our pockets. These cards are most likely countdown for the culprit's murder plan. I'd like to ask you all to see if you have any cards on your person. Why did this card appear out of nowhere? 6 of characters, and that mean I was in the next target. I have a card, it's a 5 characters. Right after mess through. Card is the 4 character. Mine is the 1 of characters, going by order. Seems like I'm the last one. Here's all the missing characters and Mahjong cards are here. Wait a second, how come all you have cards but I don't? Who knows, isn't it because you're the one who placed them? I don't have a card on me either. You're torturing me by making me watch as my passengers and crew are killed one by one. Listen up, you murderer. If you want revenge, just come after me. Trapped in water. Nails in the coffin. This wasn't done by men. It's the Lone King. The Lone King is after our lives. Lone King, blah. I skipped without even realizing. Yenshin. You, why would you say this? Are you possessed by something? Everyone, please calm down. Supernatural occurred behind this, but a serial homicide has indeed taken place on this ship. For your own safety, be rated the dialing hall and assist our search for the culprit. So Joseph, before you begin, we need to make sure that you're trustworthy. Checkmaster, Mr. Joseph is in here, prosecutor of the Shanghai International Settlement. Nobody is more trustworthy than he is. Yenshin, I know Mr. Joseph quite well, however, I understand concern, Shipmaster. How about this? We'll organize discussions and entrust John with the task of deductions. Throughout this evening, John and I have, was Mr. Wu. 10 men have been in this dining hall. Dude, like, it seems really intriguing to know who the murderer is. I would definitely. We totally have, I mean, we have 4 suspects here. I already thought it would be the youngest chick. Can't be the guy that's praying, right? This is really faking it really well. Next one would be this guy. but he wasn't here cooking when the first murder happened. So, to quickly go through here. He also has a really nice stream of, traveling the world, so why would he ruin that right now? Sean and Mr. Joseph have helped clear of me, have helped clear me of my suspicion, so I approve too. Mrs. Shin, how do you two plan to find the murderer? Assassination technique and wounds of old Ling and Madame Yin are exactly the same. Should be the work of the same murderer. But how choose caused the death of differs. A mahjong card was also discovered next to him. Cases where consecutive crimes have been committed. Time is the most crucial information. Therefore, we need to confirm the alibis of everyone here. What's an alibi? Evidence that proves that you were not present at the time of the crime. Due to the relativity of confirmed times of death of Madame Yin and Old Ling, I would like each of you to respectively state where you were, what you did, and evidence proving so during these 2 time periods. John and I will judge whether everyone has an alibi or not based on their statements. How if there were lies? Someone lies, there will be a contradiction between the testimonies to reveal who is lying. There are no further questions. Let's begin with Madame Yin's case. Last time we all saw Madame Yin was in this dining hall. Soon afterwards, she left the dining hall alone and returned to her cabin to rest. Powers outage took place, causing an effort to separate Madame Yin's body. Finally, power was restored. Miss Yinshu discovered the body and cried for help. I would like everybody to talk about what I've been through from after Madame Yin left the dining hall to when power was restored. I told Mr. Chen that before the power went out, I met with Yinju once. Chest felt stuffy after the game, so I went back to my room to take my asthma medicine. Yinju asked me to teach her poker, but I refused because I wasn't feeling well. Is there anyone who can testify to what you just said? Yes, there is. Afu came by saying he wanted to take some tool but from his cabinet. After left, I went to the bow of the ship for some air. Yanshin can testify for me. Felt better after a while, and as I was about to return to my cabin, the power went out. It was really dark, I was alone and scared, so I went to the cockpit to find Yanshin. The power was restored, Yanshin escorted me back to my room, and we found Yinju. For the power outage, I was preparing dinner in the dining hall until L came back. Kangi. Kanji. Fuck, you're supposed to be pronounced it. Nell's place, then spoke with Yinshu when I saw her. After I went back to the cockpit, took over the helm for a bit, and the power went out. I went to check it out. Yinshu came. She seemed scared, so I stayed with her instead. The rest is pretty much like what Yinshu said, except I chased after Efu. It's hard not to suspect him when he looked so flustered, right? What's there for me to say? I was at the dining hall before and after the power outage. You both know that already. I don't know when Madame Yin left the dining hall before the power outage. I was at the helm, during which L came by and Nianshin brought me soup. After the power outage, Miss Yinshu came. She looked quite scared. She was in the cockpit until the power was restored. And Nianshin escorted her back to her room. Next, I was working in the dining hall and Uncle Ling asked me to help in the engine room. What did he need from your help? He asked me to lend a hand while he repaired the joint of the condenser in in the steam engine. After that, Uncle told me to look for old Howe, but I couldn't find him anywhere. Shipmaster made me get his kangi, so I went back to the dining hall. From then on, I was with Mr. Joseph and Mr. Chen the whole time. Isn't it finally my turn to speak? I've been waiting to speak so badly. Seems like Ava's tongue isn't that sharp yet. Can you all understand my testimony? Speak slowly. I will listen carefully. I was experimenting with my new invention, the vacuum glove box. I needed a vernier caliper, but it's in Madame Yin's room, so I went to get it. Remember, Madame Yin was smiling while holding poker cards, and she looked unhappy. After getting what I needed, I went back to experimenting. Suddenly, the power went out. Messed up. I ain't got my hand stuck, so I had to go get more tools from their room. Did you leave right away, or did you stay in the room for a while? Guess right away. I had a kerosene lamp close by, so I picked up and left. I just walked out the door and I saw a figure run out from the room towards the bow. Did you get a good look at who that person was? It was too foggy, I could be sure that I saw a figure. I didn't think too much about it and went inside. Y'all know what happened after. Now, I'll leave it to John. Gentlemen, the way I see it, everyone here has that alibi that you speak of. There's a contradiction between one of the first 5 testimonies and that of Afu's. Good lord. No one was around, everyone was scared, so I went to the cockpit. This statement contradicts the Mr. Ancients. You're saying I said something wrong. During the power outage, Fu saw a figure run from Madame Yin's room towards the bow. Yet, even though you were at the bow, Miss Yin showed you did not see anyone. Maybe because it was too dark and foggy, that's why I didn't see them. It's a wooden deck. Someone ran towards the bow. You would have heard footsteps. Did you hear any missing shit? Maybe that's the case. You're sounding a little guilty. I was too scared at the time, so I didn't. I know what's going on. Go on then. Actually, there was a detail I forgot to say. The figure I saw left Madame Yin's room and went inside another room. Maybe Inshu didn't see them because they hid inside Mr. Joseph's room. Didn't you notice someone breaking into your room to steal something? Could it be the murderer? Could be possible. However, only a bottle of red wine is missing. I wonder why the murderer would steal it. Okay, if we can't draw a conclusion for now. Let's begin the second round of inquiry. getting exciting. uh, Last time we also Ling was also in this dining hall. Not long ago, John discovered that he had been stabbed to death in the engine room. The weapon that killed him was the hairpin Kinju wore in her head. Since the hairpin had yet to be stolen during the investigation of Madame Yin's murder scene, preliminary assessment shows that old Ling's time of death was shortly after Madame Yin's. Now, I would like everyone to talk about what you've been through after leaving Madame Yin's murder scene. After the incident, Yanshin brought Afu and me back to the cabin to rest. Afu didn't see Melissa or Boss on face freeze and cleaned the blood off his hand. And he spent some time trying to remove the box from Afu's hand. Not long after, Mr. Shannon arrived. After Mr. Shen left, Afu and I stayed put until Shipmaster Lowe assembled this. Okay, she's not in for the second murder? Next, please. After I helped the insurer and Afu settle down, I reported to the shipmaster at the cockpit. Mr. Shen and Milk came to investigate. We all saw Hao Chu's body fall down. I took over the helm while the shipmaster went out to assess the situation. We were alone in the cockpit for so long. Is there anyone who can prove it? Isn't the fact that the ship didn't overturn and feed you to the Lone King is best proof? You can't say that word on a ship. It's a bad lucky time. Which word? Overturn? You. Why'd you say it again? Take it back. Or else it's a bad omen. Enough. Mr. Woodman, it's your turn to testify. Gentlemen, there's nothing for me to say, right? What? Feeling guilty? Guilty. Your brother is the least guilty person in the ship. Ever since I left the room, I've been reciting scriptures on deck to keep the ship safe. Everyone on board has seen and understands my hard work and dedication except you, Lianshin. That's enough. Next. While you were investigating Madame Min's death, I was at the helm. After Hao Chu's body fell, I realized we were in danger and asked Liang to take over. When Mr. Shen and Joseph were examining Hao Chu's body, I was by the side. And Mr. Joseph asked many questions about Hao Chu and made me bring him to the cockpit. When no one responded to the engine telegraph, we went to the engine room together. When we arrived, Mr. Chen and Elle were already there. Very well, next please. I've been with Mr. Shen the entire time. Pretty much went to every single place on this ship. After leaving the murder scene, I was resting inside the room. It was super quiet. I was feeling dizzy. I wanted to sleep. Someone kept reciting scriptures and it wasn't that loud, but it was so annoying. Thank goodness Yinshu took care of me and helped me take the vacuum cleaner box. The detective came, fixed my tongue, told us not to go outside. Very well. And everyone has provided new statements. Is there anything wrong with the statements this time? Not everyone has explained everything they've been through fully. One person's description does not match the situation I saw during investigations. We're fucked! Which one was it? Businesswoman, huh? Student. Okay, they were in the room together, so you exclude them. Exclude was the lady that was with me the whole time. Hello, no one responded to the engine. They came running in, so he was with Joseph the whole time. He was in the room the whole time. Pursuing his murder happened after the lady. He helped the insurance to settle down, reported the shipmaster at the cockpit. So Shannon and I came to investigate. We all saw his body fall down. He took over the helm. The shipmaster went out to assess the situation. Okay. Need to read the shipmaster while you were investigating Madame Lean's death. I was at the helm. After Hao Chu's body fell, I realized we were in danger and asked Lean should take over. The strangers were examining Hao Chu's body. I was by their side. They were asking me questions about Hao Chu's and made me bring him back to the cockpit. When no one responded to the engine telegraph, we went to the engine room together. He didn't mention seeing his guy. He didn't mention him not seeing him either. Very well. I'm not suspecting that fool. One person's description does not match the situation I saw during the investigation. Yeah, that should narrow it down. I need to reread everything now. I was resting in Afro's room at the time. Afro wasn't feeling well. Took over from helped him remove the box from his hand. Not soon after, Mr. Shen came. We remained in a room after that. Their health insurance Afro settled down, returned to the cockpit. Then Mr. Chen L came in. We saw Chiyo's body falling from the roof. When the shipmaster went out to check the situation, I stayed at the helm. Since I left the room, I've been reciting scriptures, praying of blessings, and deck. Everyone saw how dedicated I was. I was at the helm. Well, he's pretty much excluded, but I read it anyway. Yeah, I was with Mr. Joseph. Helped Mr. Shen, investigations, returned to the place. I was reciting, resting inside the room, was feeling dizzy, wanted to sleep. Super quiet, except for someone who kept reciting. So annoying. Thank goodness he ensured took care of me and helped me take the packing glove box off and take to fix my tongue and told us not to go outside. It was super quiet except for someone who kept reciting scriptures. I'm actually stumped. Could it be her? he's not with us at the present. This is a memory, by the way. One person's description does not match the situation I saw during investigations. He would have said something. He was at the helm after discovering the murder. Gotta check the situation at the other ship. After that, he was with Mr. Joseph. Dude. Not Mr. Shiny in the investigations. We went to every place on the ship. I was resting inside the room. I was feeling dizzy and wanted to sleep. Super quiet, except for someone who kept reciting scriptures. So annoying. Thank goodness she took care of me and helped. And if you can map too, the freaking ship. How would he go and, you know, he needs to go through the dining hall too. That's the furthest way for him to commit the murder and go back to the cockpit. She could have committed the murder by going through the dining hall. She's also one of the characters that he wouldn't try to defend himself against her for whatever reason. Did he mention anything about her coming in or leaving? This is so confusing. Maybe he wasn't awake. I was resting inside the room. I was feeling dizzy. I wanted to sleep. It was super quiet except for someone who kept reciting scriptures. Is it about the cakes? How did they get the cakes? Was it in the room to begin with? Oh my god, man. Already spent like half an hour in here. I mean, could be anybody. And sure enough, I settled down. I returned to the cockpit. Resting in Afro's room. At the time, Afro wasn't feeling well. Took care of him and helped him with the box on his hand. Soon after, Misha took care of me and helped me take the vacuum gloves off. The detective fixed my tongue and told us not to go outside. Can't really keep comparing their things. Should I use a hint? This is gonna be very embarrassing. Room at the time after wasn't feeling well. Took care of him and helped him remove the box from his hand. Not soon after. I don't know, man. Room, I've been reciting scriptures and praying for blessings on deck. Everyone saw how dedicated I was. He was praying. Okay. We're not specifically looking for the culprit here. But how can they call her out when her testimony matches his testimony? So they're vouching for each other. The only thing that was he was by himself. He was something. Sure enough, he settled down, returned to the cockpit. Then Mr. Chen came. We saw how Chu's body fell from the roof. The master went out to check the situation. He stayed at the helm. I don't have anybody to call out. Maybe I forgot to recheck their freaking cockpit after I went out to, you know, reinvestigate things. I was resting after his room at the time. I wasn't well. I took care of him, helped him remove the box from his hand. Not soon after. I don't know what to do. Let's use the hint. Dick when Shen Nell transported Miss Yen's body, the actual situation contradicts someone's testimony. Not reading the answer, huh? But a hint is actually nice. Damn, how did that fly over my head? This is impossible. Is that a bar too? This is impossible. Hmm. Well, I guess we'll use everything. I'm just winging it, so. Okay, this is stupid. It was obvious. We didn't see everything behind us. He was all the way towards the end. How the fuck am I supposed to figure that out? All different gods need different offerings. There's no point in explaining it to you. Also, he's trying to get the offerings. I was busy with this and deck, blah blah blah. What demon was on the deck the entire time? What does the appearance of this item mean? Found the missing copper coin and now return it to you. You have my thanks. Of course, so that I found it inside of my cabin. How do you explain this? That's not the murderer that offer was all enter Mr. Shen's room, are you? Oh, Yanshin, you ungrateful brat. Don't you sling mud at me. Remember the copper coin was still in your sword when we investigated Madame's room. So it didn't happen there. Though I believe you were not the person I foresaw. However, I want you seek it to the reasonable explanation for me. I did go to Mr. Shin's room, but I only did it for the safety of everyone on board. Taoist priest told me that we needed to prepare 6 bags of pork for the Lone King. There wasn't enough on the ship, so I had no choice but to mix in some pig ears and snout. I never went to risk anger in the Lone King, so I borrowed wine from your cabin. To be honest, I needed top quality aged wine. Using this foreign wine made me nervous. Where are these offerings now? Split them into 3 yen and 3 yang bags and threw them one by one into the river. Threw all the pork I stored in the water. My red Bordeaux. I'll pay you. I was going to tell you, but you all seem busy. Should be telling the truth now. He's just tossing the bags like... Oh my gosh. Dumpling me dumpling. Here's an ample portion of pork along with some pig ear and snout to pay for respects. Features except that please get your way, the bed, omens, and the water. Wu Tevin is telling the truth that a contradiction exists in this statement. Gee, I've done it that fast. else beside the sign of someone reciting scriptures. Nothing else. The sound alone was enough to make me dizzy. Are you sure? First I focused on the noise outside the door. You must have also heard the sound of the sweet sauce and the begs, offerings, and shouting. Sounds should have been more robust. That is true. However, I really didn't hear the sounds you speak of, detective. How could this be? Maybe it was because I fell asleep. According to the description, he must have fallen into unconscious due to vasovagal syncope. That's someone you want to be taken into consideration, but this is crucial information. You know what this means? If Alpha was unconscious within the time Madame Yin and old Langford murdered someone, was unable to provide a reliable alibi. The person who was unable to provide a reliable alibi during 2 critical time frames is you. Could you two be mistaken? How could my sister possibly be the murderer? If Alpha was unconscious, this means that he cannot provide an alibi for Miss Yinshu. When Madame Yin was murdered, Miss Yinshu said she was alone at the bow of the ship. Other than that brief encounter with Miss Lian Shin, no one can prove it. Does that mean everyone is also innocent? Given the murder's consistent modus operandi, especially the recurrent measure on cards, confirmed that it is the same perpetrator committing these serious crimes. By confirming the alibis, we can rule out several suspects. In Hao Chiu's case, we cannot rule out anyone because too many details are confirmed. Madame Yin was killed after she left the dining hall and before Alpha entered the room. This is a good visualization. Oh god, bro, I don't want to freaking suspect her. She's too cute. Just felt stuffy after the game, so I hurried back to my room to take my asthma medicine. Inju came, asking me to teach her poker, but I refused because I wasn't feeling well. We were talking when Afu came by, saying he wanted to get a duel. According to Afu, he said you looked unhappy. What happened? That's because Inju messed up my suitcase, so I was upset. I understand, please continue. After left, I went to the bow of the ship somewhere. I ran into Lian Shin on his way to bring the shipmaster Kanji and spoke a few words. I felt better after a while than I so thought I returned to my cabin. The power went out. I was alone and scared, so I went to the cockpit to find Lian Shin. Well, it's just his first time around this ship, so he wouldn't know her way around. Let's be honest here. When we go to the cockpit, are you sure you did not meet anyone? I didn't notice it. It was really dark. Not a single spark of light. All I wanted was to find Nian Jin. Thankfully, he was in the cockpit with his shipmaster. Contradiction exists between Miss Yinshu's description and this piece of evidence. I'm digging my own grave. Inju asked me to reach her poker. I got upset because she messed up my suitcase. We were talking when Afro came by, saying he wanted to get it to her after Afro left. We went to the bow of the ship for some air and spoke with the engine. When the power went out, I was scared and went to find the engine in the cockpit. The way to the cockpit was dark without a single spark of light. I didn't notice anyone else. All I wanted was to find the engine. Thankfully, he was in the cockpit with the shipmaster. How is it impossible for me to see where their testimony contradicts? Inju asked me to teach her poker. I felt upset. She messed up my suitcase. There's not even a suitcase because the suitcase was kind of closed in her sleeve. It's a reference to her hairpin. As you can't bring up the suitcase at all. Not even Is there like a second page I could look at here? We don't have the evidence. Someone's testimony I could use? No, it's all evident. Essentially just the airflow of the steam turbine fell open the pointer also indicates maximum value. It's impossible for them to act at the exact time. Slight time difference doesn't invalidate John's theory. Eyes are sensitive to the light and darkness. Hey, Fox, tonight, the moon and stars are hidden by the clouds. After the power outage, Jaffa's Ursus lamp should have been the only source of light on deck. In this case, Miss Yanshu would have noticed the light when the lamp was inside the room. And Afro must be lying. Maybe she wasn't lying, but what I said also is truth. Who says he walked out with a lamp and saw someone running towards the boat. And Miss Yanshu says she didn't see anyone or any light on her way to the cockpit. Could it be possible that they are both telling the truth? And she was not the murderer. Upon her return, she would. That was 3 viable options. Can I, like, all of the above? Discover the body, run into the murderer, see who. Wait, when the power cut, he was in the wheel room, right? I wish I could ask the freaking questions I want to ask. I'm gonna make a choice and it's gonna be wrong, I know it. So why don't we determine the right one right away? Run to the murderer or CF? I think these are kind of the same. Awesome. Nisha is not the murderer. Upon her return, she would. could submit the cards themselves. I'm gonna lose. Because I don't know exactly what to expect when I submit this piece of it. I would submit this newspaper. Apparently they used to call themselves the Magic Troop. So it looks like a magic item. It could also be used for cheating, because as you can see, it says the Ace of Hearts at the top left, but also it's 3 of... I don't know. Oh! Poker cards could be connected to the magic troop in a newspaper clipping. No, that's not true. Don't support nonsense. If a magician featured in the newspaper is holding a deck of poker cards in her hand. Yeah, Mr. Shen has watched that many Western magic performances. So every magic troupe has a show related to poker. Evidence you need must be related specifically to the poker cards in the suitcase. Allow me to reconsider. Seriously? I thought I was into something. I'm a horrible detective. Oh my god, dude, what the fuck? So if I missed a piece of evidence, it wasn't this. It was sure it would be related to this magic show. Oh. I had to look closely. He lies in the pattern in the back of the cards. Symbol of Shanghai's famous magic organization, the Magic Group. They look kind of familiar. I watched another show called Telepathy a while ago. Sold out easily. That magician unique mode. Performing telepathy, he was using cards just like these. Good memory. This magic organization has to do with the homicide cases on board. This the magic organization is just a cover, and they're actually pirates. That's possible. And that might mean the Toker, Old Ling, and shipmate. There's no reason for Yinshi to kill them. I gotta play many other games like this. Jinshi's motive may relate to this evidence. Reports of the Magic Troop Financial Crisis, the death of the immersion in Wai-san, Mr. Nusker case, and an ad for the magician Julia. Why can I not bring... Okay, the cards are obviously a trick magic, so... Motives, I'm afraid money is still involved. That's not true. Sister's always been well provided and her father for some money. No one should kill someone for money. She could lose her right to inheritance. What do you mean? Inshu might not need the money. The unique magic group does. The newspaper clip and found next to Old Lang's beds. Magic troops face crippling financial crisis. Shanghai trip becomes Swan Song trip. Props used in magic performance are rarely given to outsiders. Since the poker card used by the unique magic troupe appeared near Inshu, indicates that she has a rather close connection to the magic troupe. Now the magic troupe is in financial crisis and need funds. No way, Father, never liked these Western things. Can't spend our family money on this. We better shape up, Inshu. Those who violate the family rules would be deprived of their inheritance rights. Speculate that the conflict between Madame Yin and Inshu may have originated from this. The conversation after witness was not about poker, but about the inheritance. It's obvious Yin was after Inshu's cut. Mr. Shen, how about Old Ling and how choose? How do you fit? Old Ling used to be a guard for the Wu's. I found the newspaper clipping next to his bed. Seemed concerned with how the Wu's were doing lately, and he was in need of money. Say no more. Perhaps Old Ling and Madame Yin conspired together and threatened Yinshu. I've seen Uncle Ling speak with Yinshu in private before. As for Hao Chu, we still cannot confirm the cause of his death. Therefore, I have yet to make a definite conclusion. Perhaps he was an accident that could be used or a witness that was silenced. What about the Mahjong cards in each chest? Or another person. The rest of us have nothing to do with this. No, we do. Presume the Mahjong cards were recovered to create the facade of a legendary murder. It would be easier for the murderer to get away if everyone had fallen into chaos. The actual target should be the 3 people who have already been murdered. Do you have any basis for reduction? Mahjong cards were placed next to the victim after their death. Elsa's card was found on their person. How did Yinshu put the cards on us? Should not be difficult for Miss Yinshu to place the cards on each of us. Same, my sister practices magic. It's bad luck to even talk about something vulgar like that. There's no way the Wu family could be connected with the magic and witchcraft. I see all these bad things happening on board our first of the magic troop. Dang. Shut your mouth. I wanted to talk about it a long time ago, it's not a big deal. I'm a member of the unique magic troop. I go by the stage name Julia. Boyfriend is Unique Mom, the magician. You mean Unique Sexy Assistant? That's right, it's me, your sister. As a lady from a respectable family, make a fool of herself just like that. Also, what do you mean by boyfriend? Got a parental permission? For a matchmaker, you went and eloped on your own? Women's world has long advocated freedom, marriage, and love. Where did you learn this filth? You're making father turn in his grave. Father told me that he sent me to study abroad because he didn't want me to be trapped. He said that I should broaden my horizons and see the world. I don't know what I need words. You said to fake father leave you so much money. She violated family rules as an immoral and indecent woman. You lose inheritance rights. Master Wu, everything you just said could not even be compared to magic. That is what I truly love for the pursuit of a career. I enjoy the spotlight, the stage, the amazed looks on the faces of the audience. I also have a group of friends who share my dream. For them, I'm willing to give up anything. Very well. Once we get home, I'll immediately call for a family meeting. We won't be getting a single penny. Whether or not Miss Yinshu has inheritance rights are the internal affairs of the Wus. Tonight, in the studying hall, the third homicide case that needs to be solved. Therefore, Miss Yinshu, are you willing to honestly disclose what you've been through? Inju went through my suitcase and took out my poker cards, so we argued. When I asked for the cards, he actually refused and told me to leave. He stayed in the boat ship for a while and went back only to find her dead. The cards were in her hands. I knew she wasn't the killer the whole time, but still she could be lying about it. But they might avoid trouble. That's all I can say. I won't go into details about things they have already talked about. I don't know anything about Mr. Shen instead either. So you're saying you don't admit you're the murderer? I wasn't the one who killed her. John, although your reasoning can be justified, there is indeed no clear evidence to prove that Miss Yinshu is the murderer. May I ask you a few more questions? What were you doing the moment the power outage occurred? Putting away the cards and closing the suitcase. If it weren't for the power outage, I would have definitely noticed her sleeve. May I ask you one more question? It's a question you have never given a direct answer to. Realized that Madame Yin was dead. Why did you not report it immediately? Damn, I was really scared and senseless. I didn't know how to handle the situation. When you first discovered the body, you were shocked, but you remained silent. And you screamed out in fear when you saw it the second time. Lianshin, why is that? A girl who would scream at a sight like that is the Wu Yinshu that Lianshu now. May I ask you a few more questions? Imagine card. Were you the one who placed the imagine card inside the suitcase? My answer is yes. How would you reason, Mr. Shen? Depends on what else you say. Is that your final answer? Be the judge of that, Mr. Shen. Why don't you take a break? Out of stock, the third gentleman should have a rest. The two of you are resting. What do we do when Yinshu goes crazy and hurts someone again? Shen already said that Miss Yinshu won't hurt anyone anymore. Tie her up first. What do you mean by that, Mitumin? I'm only looking for everyone's safety. What do you say, Shipmaster? It is necessary to take precautions. Do what you must. We don't have a choice. Fog over the river doesn't seem like it'll clear anytime soon. Now that we're short-handed, we'll have to wait until tomorrow to continue our way. Safety is of most importance. Almost midnight, you and Mr. Joseph should go to rest and carry to integrations tomorrow. Keep an eye on each, nothing can go wrong. Good. Take dining hall. There isn't anything else on the ship that can be used as offerings. Jenny and Shu must have been bewitched to be able to do such a thing. I need to beg the Lone King under the water. Give her a way out. Could go ask him for some to give to Mr. Wu. Go on then. I know I could rely on Mr. Jones to be reasonable and fair. Mr. Wu, we need to preserve Miss Yinshu's suitcase as evidence. For the money in Yinshu's personal belongings inside the case. I'll handle it. For all those things ultimately belong to the Wu family. In terms of evidence, we will need the suitcase and the poker cards. First, no problem. I almost forgot, we also need the Mahjong card and the Yinshu suitcase to leave there. Looks like someone is caught in a misconception. Overlooked the fact that the suitcase belonged to Yinshu. The other characters shouldn't have appeared there. But such are the facts. I don't get it. Logically speaking, your analysis just now can indeed rule out Inch as a suspect. However, this also rules out everyone else as a suspect. Logically speaking, every single person now has a reason to not be the murderer. There must be something that we have overlooked. Come on then, I'll go over all 3 cases with you from the top. Co-op deduction. First victim, shipmate Ao Chiu. Died above the cockpit. Cause of death, choked to death after becoming inebriated. There was 9 of character mahjong card next to him. Choking to death could have been an accident or poisoning. Next. Madame Yin died in her cabin because of death burst through the heart by a candlestick. There was a 8 of characters mahjong card next to her. Madame Yin's body was removed to the crew cabin. The hairpin in her head was stolen. Appeared at the next crime scene. Yin died in the engine room because of death pierced through the heart by a hairpin. 7 of characters mahjong card next to him. There's an indication of the angle wound. Confirm it was done by the same person. Hairpin is not an efficient weapon. Why did they steal it and use it to commit murder? Perhaps there's something special about this hairpin. Third victim, 6 others rose to receive mahjong cards. Otamin's card is the 6 of characters. He is most likely the murderer's next target. With L's 5, Yanshu 4, my 3, your 2, and Yanxing's 1, there's 9 cards. Just if something is out of place. Can I go back? L's 5, Inches 4. Tim is 6 character. He's most likely the murderer's target. Now, who had the number 7 on him? Oling died with the number 7. Okay. Assuming how the fuck can I tell the design? Numbers out of order? Wait, he's... would be 6. L's 5, Inches 4. I missed an 8 measure on cards earlier. What is the 8 characters doing here? Those were missing 8 cards when they were playing. Madam Yin had the 9 of characters. Oh, for the murder to take the 9 of characters, they had to wait until Madam Yin left. The power outage was done by that person specifically to steal that card. The murderer only had 8 cards at first, and stole the 9 characters later. This could have been accomplished in one go. Why did the murderer do this separately? This is way too complicated, holy shit. Those two mean the same thing. Why did the murderer insist on taking the 9 of characters instead of using the card of hand, which was a number 8? It was clean. Hair contains a unique hairpin. Suspected to be a metamine stolen hairpin. Detail in a certain piece of evidence in memory seems to contradict. I'm lost again. Hmm. I don't know exactly. Several important discoveries regarding the case that he needs to announce. We confirmed that Miss Hinshaw isn't the true culprit in this case. My apologies, I was negligent. Told you it was bad. What you made you change your judgment? Looked in important detail. Oh, so it doesn't make sense. Means that the judgment about old Lang's time of death has been overturned. The trajectory of the perpetrator could be as follows. Killed old Lang in the engine room with her weapon and left the 7 of characters. Then they killed Madame Yin in the cabin with a candlestick, left the 8 of characters. Bodies discovered, they waited for a chance to steal the other hairpin, thus creating the illusion of old Ling dying after Madame Yin as well as their own alibi. This was an accident that even the murderer could not foresee. And forced the wrong order of death, they stole the 9 characters for Ouchu. Do you know who the murderer is? Theft and murder. Couldn't have been the lady, right? I suspected her for a second. I'll use him. For the instant, you excuse yourself from the dining hall to bring the shrimp master scongy. No one knows how long it took you to deliver it. The shipmaster can voice Mr. Shed after I sent L to get the kanji. The instant brought it over shortly afterwards. Bam. Damn, bro. That is crazy. I've been wondering the mist for too long. That truth's about to be revealed. Do you have a way to break the doubt and prove that Elle is the murderer? In my memory, a minor detail, but it contradicts one piece of evidence. We're fucked. All objects and images settled in different locations, subsequently. However, card 2 is the 5 characters right after Master Wu. Madam Yin barely weighs anything, it was effortless. Shen, there seems to be a piece of paper inside this pile of broken glass. I used to go to private school, but I dropped out after my daddy owed a lot of debt. How could Madam Yin's hair grow again? Once you're done, the speed of the ship will be adjusted and the bell will stop ringing. Signs indicating Elle is a true murderer have appeared in many places. There's a contradiction between this piece of evidence I collected and what must present this piece of evidence. What am I needing to question? Based on these evidence pieces. He said it was a good attempt. Yeah, so some options are like close enough, but they're not really there, so they just don't make you lose a chance. I used to go to private school, but I dropped out and my daddy owed me a lot of... What am I even tasked with here is the question. Oh, I went through all this. Okay, there's a contradiction between this piece of evidence I collected and what she said before. Can't think of anything. What's her full name? This is like not easy. I am dead. Seems to adjust to air flow. The steam turbine, the valve is fully open. The pointer also indicates maximum value. The cards, the broken one in the suitcase. Pattern and backstairs have been the magic troop. I can't question her about that. Oh shit, I'm stunned, man. Interesting. Let's try to go through every sentence and see if we could compare it. Her saying that she has the 5 characters after Master Wu. Oh, what? Okay. I'm gonna wing it. No. How did she assume like she would be right after him? Merely weighs anything, it was effortless. Not much I could say about that. Seems to be a piece of paper inside a pile of broken glass. I used to go to private school, but I dropped out after my daddy owed a lot of debt. Madeline's hair grows so longer. Dude, I'm beat. Few sentences. You already tell where exactly she's lying. Go to slowly 3 a.m. I don't get it. Wait. They record all the adjustments, right? Slowly advanced. Power restored. What is this even supposed to mean? You're not change after the power was restored? We did check it after the power was restored. Ah, fuck it. Yeah. Fuck. Damn, how is she so good? Dude, that's crazy. I'm not cut out to be addicted. I'll admit it right here. They don't beat. There don't seem to be any possible way. Ah, that was the last attempt. Yes, since let us get there, it's supposed to be the right path. Then how the fuck do I prove she's lying? I am beat. Looking for anything that can follows a Marco Polo. What is this? A commonly used measurement instrument in industry, which can be used to measure the width, depth, etc. of a piece. Its main reading is only making a very precise measurement tool. The oldest non-existent caliper respect to 980. Size, madam, barely weighs anything. Effortless. Broke inside a broken glass. I dropped out a lot of depth. Dude. This is ridiculous. I need a hint. Murder plans that can be created without a flaw. Steam valve is one of the flaws that are left behind. Can this merge steam valve explain? Alan sold me. This is the engine telegraph. It's used to adjust the ship's speed. Once you're done, the speed of the ship will be adjusted on the bell will stop ringing. However, according to reservation of the ship master load operation, to alter the speed of the ship, you must adjust the steam valve on the steam engine. The engine telegraph is just a communication device. You can't change the speed of the ship. It's true, I've already touched the steam boiler, but how does that proceed the murder? The steam valve has never been adjusted, it has always been in a fully open state. I thought that Mr. Shen was the one who adjusted the last acceleration. Shen, only you could operate such a complex steam turbine properly. Else, why shipmaster don't praise me? And in fact, under L's guidance, all I did was operate the engine telegraph. The steam valve has been maintaining the same state as before Old Ling was murdered. I think I understand, but I also don't understand. What does this have to do with the case? Time of death. Combine the steam valve with the evidence. Can deduce Old Ling's true time of death. Log record of the ship navigating at full speed before nearing the Balloon King Temple. Thereafter, the cockpit issued a command to decelerate. Since there was a prompt response, there were no special records on the log. Am I correct? That is true. The collective valve of the steam engine remained fully open. Even though there was a response from the engine telegraph, the valve was not adjusted. The ship would head for purpose. Shipmaster, even you did notice there was something off about the ship's speed. Although I did feel that the paddle wheels were turning rather quickly. It was too dark, foggy to determine the speed, then everything else happened. Has there ever been a time where Old Ling forgot to adjust the steam valve? Never. One Link came to ask for Elle's help in the engine room around 9:20. And minutes later, at 9:30, as John had mentioned, the ringing of the engine telegraph began. Which means Old Ling was killed within the 10 minutes time frame after he entered the engine room. Dude, I need to learn how to be a true detective. I sound much cooler. After killing Old Ling, the murderer turned off the ringing noise, but couldn't adjust the valve. But Old Ling wouldn't let her touch the steam engine. You never touched the steam engine, so you only know how to operate the engine telegraph. What? That's really just a coincidence. Size of the seas, everyone who received a Mahjong card has been in this dining room. As a waitress, you were able to naturally approach each of us, leave a card. For the power outage, you were sitting next to Mr. Drew. The socket right behind you. Is that also a coincidence? Saying Elle was behind the power outage. Power outage not only made it convenient for her to take the card from the table, also created chaos and distracted the shipmaster from using the engine telegraph. As long as Old Ling's body was discovered after Madame Yin, her plan was half successful. Then she just had to steal the hairpin to create the illusion that Old Ling died after Madame Yin, giving her the perfect alibi while she investigated the case with John. That is why Elle is the true murderer of the case. Elle. Interesting. Could you allow me to say something? Although we haven't spent much time together on the ship, I admire you greatly. No way to defeat your analysis. What do you mean? Is that our claim is consistent with the facts? Am I correct? Sorry, Shipmaster. Curious to confess. I learned a lot through investigating the case with you. You always say that there are no flawless crimes, but the truth is, flawless reasoning also doesn't exist. You can ensure the integrity and authenticity of the clues you obtain. Just like Miss Yinshu's situation, when new clues appear, new logic may also arise. But you're right. I believe that Elle is correct. There's no guarantee that there will not be anything now even foreseen, even if we limit the time of Old Ling's murder to a 10-minute interval. Still have no way to confirm that Elle is the murderer. Don't be too persistent, John. The problem I'll mention is precisely the reason why presumption of innocence is necessary. It is also the source of progress in crime investigation and forensic science. The purpose of a detective's existence is not to catch the murderer, but to find the truth. I understand. Since I investigated the case with you, she's been in your line of sight the whole time. This will have a certain impact on her behavior. Considering Elle was with me the entire time, this event may prove that she is the murderer. Event? Prove? We're cooked. Right, this piece of evidence cannot prove that it was a murder. Consider the current situation, you need to be more cautious. Wait, 2 bars? Event? The event of what? literally just used that. My last leg. What event? I guess it's correct. Might means missing hairpin is still in your position. You were with me throughout the investigation. Wow, was that easy? I believe that you did not have the chance to get rid of it. Shipmaster Lowe, I would like to ask Mr. Inch to help examine those pockets. This is the last resort. Whether to execute it or not is up to you to decide. Life is at stake. There's no need for that. The hairpin that you're looking for is indeed in my possession. Reason why I've been holding on to it. Help me! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Oh, look out. Weren't you tied up? Spawning method is often used in escape magic. You can't trap me. Good magic is good. A few moments later. That was close, way too close. I was this close to putting an end to everything. There's no hate without cause. Did you have a bad history with these people? How could there be any bad history? This young lass must have been possessed. Do you still remember Chao Cheng Yi, head of the Yangtze River Escort Agency? I always thought my daddy and the others died because the waves tipped over the ship until somebody cover up her mouth. Why aren't you curious as to why she wants to kill you? Until I ever heard them with my own ears. I thought you said you'd leave with your family after you got the money. What are you doing back here? Also, why is Wu Li the first mate here? He doesn't know something, does he? Master Madam, don't worry, running into you two in investigation was just by chance. I have paid for my sins. My wife and child have died of illness, and I will soon join them. I no longer want to have any further involvement in that matter, and I won't say a word. Better keep your word, bite your tongue, and carry the secret to the grave. I still think this is too much a coincidence that makes me feel uneasy. Those pirates are hired back in the day. Can you trust them? I've long hated the escort agency. We seek wealth, they take lives. It's a sealed deal. Besides, those pirates are either dead or locked away. They're long gone. Or there was a careless slip up somewhere. They were drugged, burdened with rocks, and buried in the sand pit at the bottom of the river. Possible to slip up. And it seems that it's just a coincidence. You worked an inside job, stealing your own family's transport behind old Master Wu's back. Even spread rumors saying the guards were motivated by greed and fled with the money. Four escorts of the Yangtze River Escort Agency have been earnest all their lives, but they were betrayed, murdered, slandered, and buried with dirt on their names. I just wanted to seek justice for them. After the agency died unjustly, peace was no more as the pirates ran rampant. It has been another betrayal of their wisdom and sincerity. The station of an escort is greater than one's life. Every debt must be paid. Families of the agency were willing to give of their all down to the last grain of rice, just to pay off the debt and save the reputation of the Yangtze River Escort Agency. My poor mommy died of performing for money without living to see this day. These hairpins were my mommy's story. Inju snatched one when she ransacked our home. The other, my mommy secretly hid it. Then she saved it for me to keep. past few days, the tassel of the hairpin on the Andrew's head has been swaying before me. You're overhearing their conversation. How could I continue to suffer in silence? Is everything else just said true? I wasn't involved. Andrew was the one who came up with the idea. You weren't involved. So you didn't take any of the silver that was stolen. Just wanted to get some money to pay off my debt. I didn't think she'd be so ruthless. I didn't want something like that to happen either. I've been reciting my scriptures every day, sincerely praying for the deceased. If you're so sincere, please put the whole story on paper and sign it, Mr. Dimon. I don't think that's really necessary. Then untie L. I don't want to have a brother like you anymore. Oh, Lianqing, you ungrateful brat. You're trying to get your brother killed. This matters between you and L anyway. Maybe you two just resolve it alone. Come on now, write and sign and resolve it alone and choose for yourself. The truth is out in the open. What do you plan to do with L? Being they started it, L's revenge is understandable. However, L has still taken 2 lives if you don't send her in. I know I had to face consequences when I killed him. Andrew and Uncle Ling are dead. Now with Wu Timin's confession, I have no regrets. Accept that punishment. There's no need to put yourselves in a difficult position. Are you sure that's what you want? Considering that in lawful infringement your act of revenge targeted has long come to an end. Your revenge will be defined as murder. If we just send her in like that, Elf's life will be in danger. Responsible for my actions, I won't regret it. Judge, was there nothing you can do? Punishment must be executed by the officials to break the cycle of murder and revenge. What do you think, John? I would like to advocate self-defense. Quote the Great King Code. Gotta go read that. And then institution. These Chinese people are increasingly eager to explore Western culture, and instant novel seems to become favorites. What's the Great King Code? Do I have to Google that? It's probably something to do with killing. I need to Google that. Great King Code, also known as the Takenluri, was a comprehensive criminal code of the Qing dynasty based on the Ming legal code. It served as the last traditional legal code in Chinese history, containing status, substatuses, and other legal materials. It's not really Laws and decrees of the Qing dynasty are different from those you are familiar with. Great King states if one's parents are murdered and they don't go to officials, by killing the perpetrator, they are guilty of killing without authorizations. Punishment is being beaten by his staff 60 times. If the perpetrator had angered them into seeking revenge, punishment will be further reduced. Not only is Elle not required to play with her life, there's also a chance to reduce her sentence. Marcel does not mind. I'm willing to serve as your litigation lawyer. Dang. Dude, it took a while. These cases are getting harder, I'm gonna be real. I don't think you're gonna be able to make it to the end. What a whirlwind of ups and downs and twists and turns of events in this evening. But you were on your toes, fast in the draw, and quite literally the cat's whiskers. I don't know about that. You need to hold your horses with learning idioms. Why would you say something like that to sadden me so? Because slow and steady wins the race. And could you evaluate my proficiency in idioms? It is out of this world and beyond belief. Put your boots, we're going hand in hand. Well. After this, it seems we've seen Shu and Miss Them and have lost their inheritance rights. They didn't just bring it up, I didn't even notice that. That's why they say what goes around comes around. Lemon dug his own grave, but Yinshu, if she ever needs money as her brother, I won't stand by and watch. Aw, he's a cool brother. Why have you been following me around? Detective, my tongue is okay now so I can speak without problems. Great news. For the next few days, keep a light diet, speak less, and rest your tongue. You're amazing, detective. You managed to crack such a difficult case. I didn't. It took so many trials. If it were not for Elle's eagerness for revenge this case, at least all is well that ends well. We're able to string the evidence and testimonies that were like scattered fish balls into an intricate and delicious fishbowl skewer. After you may as well speak your mind. I wanted to say that the work you do, detective, is extremely meaningful. The truth behind the missing escort was exposed back then. The tragedy wouldn't have happened. So, I would like to be your assistant. How can you be a detective assistant when you faint at the sight of blood? Bloodstains are inevitable in the scene of murders. I've already come up with a solution. Look, detective. Is this your new invention? This is a filter I made just for investigating cases. I tried it out already. With this on, blood won't make me squeamish. You really put your heart into it. So you agree. I'll pack my things in a minute. I understand physics and I'm good at mechanical research. I bet I can help you in the future. You're able to get the bottom of this thanks to you, Mrs. Shen. I was only able to get close to the truth through the pure luck. Yes. There's one more thing I'd like to ask your help with. Please speak. Sure, Afu came to me and said he wanted to go solve cases with you. Afu shot himself in and made gadgets on this ship ever since his grandfather passed away. Now that he's willing to get off, I can't tell you how happy I am. But he's a simple and pure kid. I worry about him, so please, Mr. Shen, look out for him. Sure, I will take care of Afu. There's something you should know. Please, go on. Elle said that she saw me speaking with Uncle Ling in private. That's the truth. But Shinshu, what did Uncle Ling speak to you about? It's almost Elle's birthday, so Uncle Ling prepared a yellow coat skirt as a gift. He embroidered the grease on the skirt himself and was just asking me if they looked like ducks. Uncle Ling loved Elle with his heart. They were like a true father and daughter. How did things come to this? The location where Elle stabbed old Ling's to death was next to this speaking tube. And old Ling did not resist or call for help. He must have felt mixed emotions before he... Why didn't you tell her about this? Perhaps it could resolve the feeling of estrangement in her heart. Don't judge a person before you walk a mile in their shoes. I approve of your decision. There are some grievances that cannot be resolved. By the way, Inshu, there's something I just can't understand. Tom, why were you willing to risk it all to put away the deck of poker cards? Other people may not know, but I know that you really don't care about your inheritance. Maybe I was just scared senseless by what I saw. Actually, when investigating the poker cards, I noticed something else that was odd. It must be the secret that Inshu truly wanted to protect. I heard that Unique Mo's most famous performance telepathy uses poker cards. This set of cards, the number of pipes, pips on some cards does not match the number or corner. That must be the case. But I believe that compared to fame and inheritance, what Miss Yinshi truly cares about is how to protect the secret behind the magic trick. Free to interrupt this matter however you like. If you ever visit Shanghai, you're welcome to come show our show. Of course. Fog has cleared and the sun is up. Dang, bro. I have a lot to learn. Anyway, I'm freaking starving. It's late. The entire case took like 4 hours and a half. Not many views this time, apparently. Sadly. Oh. Nobody likes mystery as much as I do. Maybe I should have picked a better title. Production succeed in the end. Of course, Chen always keeps his promises. For her, it's kind of a justice finally served. But I feel like something's still not quite right in this case. Share your thoughts. Time. Theory, ill-considered murder after eavesdropping on Yinju and Wu Tim in stock. Was it possible for someone to devise such a meticulous plan in such a short time? Plan ahead. How could she ensure all was aboard the ship? Swen, you are indeed sharp, noticing even this detail. Is there still a hidden aspect to this case? Indeed, someone has benefited significantly from this incident. Fortunately, Elle decided to shoulder this on her own, and we can't find any other evidence. That person arrived. Who was that person? The benefit. We're not gonna talk about him? Either the guy. Oh, hands freed. That's pretty genius. That's correct. You rarely mention it. Experiences here haven't been pleasant. One of the worst publishing house is right up ahead. Let's go over there quickly. Is he eating a bamboo? Anyway, we need to go to sleep. It has been 1. Now we shall go to sleep. Continue next time.